in this room and others online. At this 11th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And so we will begin this opening ceremony. And I would like to say that this is the first hybrid meeting held by ECLAC after the pandemic. And there are several delegations here in the room that we will greet in a moment, and all other members of the conference connected online. And so to begin with this 11th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, I am pleased to first of all recognize Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Whenever you like. The secretary will move to the podium for those of you who are not in the room. Good morning, everyone. I would like to first of all especially thank each and every one of you and greet Juan Daniel Oviedo, Director General of the National Administrative Department of Statistics, DANE of Colombia, and the President of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And second, I would like to cordially welcome Sandra Quijada of the National Statistics Institute of Chile and thank Chile for having allowed us to today hold for the first time a hybrid meeting, and where we have here at ECLAC at the Prebich room, Juan Daniel, Marca Quijano, Marcos Lavano from INDEC in Argentina. Thank you very much for being here. And I would like to warmly greet Graciela Marquez, who also represents us from the National Statistics and Geography and IT Institute of Mexico. So my compatriot. And so also I would like to greet everyone who is accompanying this meeting online and say that, well, today this is a very special day because we are holding this hybrid meeting here at our facilities, which allows us to see each other and feel close, though not that close, of course. And very soon, the entire statistical community may meet again face to face. And also, I'd like to greet Stefan Schweinfest, Director of the United Nations Statistics Division, and all authorities of the national statistics offices, central banks, national agencies, statistics producing agencies, and colleagues from the UN system of the international and regional agencies, and my colleagues at ECLAC, especially Rolando Campo, the Director of Statistics at ECLAC, and the Joint Executive Secretary Mario Cimoli, Luis Yañez, and Manuel Moncero, who worked tirelessly for this meeting to take place. And also, I would like to say that this is the 11th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC, and we feel very proud of this subsidiary body. The truth is, it is one of the star mechanisms of ECLAC, and I would say of the entire United Nations, that always is mentioned as an example at all international instances, and surely Stefan will tell us a little about this. After these meetings, 2 meetings of the Executive Committee held virtually in August 2020 and April this year, we would have loved to meet again with all of you in person, especially in Colombia, right, Juan Daniel? And we had foreseen holding the conference there. We will do it. The truth is we wanted to do it before the end of the year, of course, because there is a series of topics that we would like to address today at this meeting of the utmost relevance. And so hopefully we can meet soon to exchange ideas and thoughts on how our region may and should continue to strengthen statistics. And at times of so much change, when the data, the evidence are each day more urgent. And I believe that the difficulties imposed by the pandemic have been a true impediment to collaborative work, having given more fruits But quite frankly, thanks to the commitment of everyone, we are closing the biennium 2020-2021 with 10 finalized documents bringing together recommendations and compilations of good practices in order to strengthen statistical production in various thematic areas, and that we are making available to the entire regional statistical community. And there are concrete outcomes, result of the working groups that you have revised so carefully at the meetings of the executive committee. And I believe that there are milestones that mark the end of this biennium, because there is a total number of documents produced, 5 that will be submitted for approval by the conference, by you on this occasion. And I believe that should be seen as references for statistical production in Latin America and the Caribbean. And of course, through a mechanism for review at the regional level, these papers have already been circulated to the statistical offices, all of you, to ensure a participatory process and have the backing of everyone. The thematic areas addressed refer to guidelines. For example, very important was how to safeguard confidentiality of the information compiled regarding children, girls, boys, adolescents who are part of these studies. The second that I believe of vital relevance is how to measure the use of time in our household surveys. And this is essential in order to make visible, above all, unpaid household work. I would like to tell you that last week we had a very important meeting with the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and all agencies, funds, and programs of the UN system. And one of the themes discussed is called Beyond GDP. That is, what is it that GDP does not measure and that we must incorporate? The GDP plus. And we all know that GDP was designed in 1953 and approved by the Statistical Conference globally, but that there are various exercises to try and move ahead with the GDP measurement that is far or the more or that reflects conditions far more. And I believe that there are very serious attempts. For example, this one, unpaid work, measuring informality. This is a great topic. And the other thing, the ecosystemic accounts that will surely be discussed here. And I am not forgetting to mention that GDP, in fact, makes invisible these themes and makes them invisible because I would say that the development model makes them invisible. There are sectors, and that is why sometimes it is so difficult. Isn't that true, Juan Daniel, to move ahead with these themes, such as the ecosystemic accounts, because the system is more comfortable for women's work to be unpaid, and that we should do away with the ecosystems. And that is why it is so important to consider these aspects, and that you, of course, have moved ahead with, and for example, in this case, such as unpaid work, you at this conference of statistics are proposing a methodology that no one else has in order to measure time use and create these satellite accounts that county time, especially the time of women, in order to measure this time use in household surveys. And also, I believe it is highly innovative, the issue of administrative records that give us a greater capacity, aside from household surveys, to strengthen the criminal safety and justice systems. And how do we ensure the statistical quality? In this biennium also, there were recommendations of good practices, for example, in capturing census data. And this, of course, is going to be a parallel event on censuses that will be very relevant, because the challenge during the census pandemic was very complex, because it was not possible to do field censuses, and so other alternatives were given priority, but they're insufficient to understand where the people are, how many people there are, as is done usually. And of course, environmental indicators, each day more and more important to have environmental indicators in a post COP26 world, when we're all concerned in how we're going to measure what was decided there. And of course, new rules by the International Labor Organization to measure prices, volumes, and the service sector indicate measurements linked to disasters. And also, I would like to highlight that we're going to have a parallel event. And here I would like to thank Graciela Marquez on how to assess the quality of foreign direct investment. And I think that that is a great subject because especially in this recovery process, all countries want to attract foreign investment, but not just any investment. What we need is what FDI is the most appropriate for countries today in order to ensure economic recovery, creating employment, 2, the transfers technology, 3, and that also cares for the environment. And so I believe that these parallel events that we will be having today, the one on census and the quality of FDI, are very, very important. And so I thank you for having this opportunity. And also I would like to highlight that the cross-cutting gender perspective is a core aspect. Not only do we want to measure unpaid work, but also the cross-cutting impact on over the entire work program. Here, I would like to thank Anna Westmos, who's with us here today, our Director for Gender Affairs, and also the agencies, funds, and programs that accompany this exercise. Of course, UN Women, of course, and so many other agencies, funds, and programs that are behind this initiative, and of everything that this conference does. And so, how can we think precisely of these gaps between men and women for this to be not just yet another issue, but that is really a core issue and that helps us to desegregate data and everything that we do and everything that we measure? What we have sought is to break statistical silence in terms of gender equality, and not only at the regional level, but also I believe that we have become a reference to other regions. And I greatly appreciate what has been produced in this association of the Division of Gender Affairs and the Statistical Division at ECLAC. And I think that INEGI has been a pioneer in Aguascalientes, established a very relevant process. And so this is very relevant. I would also like to highlight novelties in the statistical arena furthered by ECLAC. In October, we had a great opportunity to launch the new version of our CEPAL-STAT data portal. And here I would like to thank Daniel Takari because this new CEPAL-STAT data portal is very, very relevant because what it does is to provide an interface between statistical data and geography. As you know, these are two different worlds. You who come from the world of statistics, that those who do research with geographic data and those who do statistical work do not always talk. And I think that now, thanks to Stefan Schweinfest and you, and the president of Regima Medica, Paloma Merodio, we have been able to achieve that major dialogue between geography and statistical data. And so now CEPAL-STAT offers this portal that includes, on the one hand, online statistics, open format, and the geospatial integration to the statistical database, and which is easy to navigate, and I hope you can find it so. And also with an open code, interoperable with other ecosystems for data. And so I hope and expect that ECLAC Stat or CEPAL Stat be an incentive to continue to move ahead. And above all, that we should consider and try out the interoperability between countries, agencies in the regional sphere, and also the global sphere. And so I believe that this gives continuity, this first aim that we gave in the platform for the 2030 agenda in the Latin America and the Caribbean, interagency exercise with 20 agencies of the system called the SDG Gateway, which is truly a platform, a sort of window that you can enter to take a look at everything that is happening globally, regionally, nationally, locally, with regard to the 2030 agenda in our region. And so that is what we feel so proud of. And I believe that, of course, we've shared prototypes, progress, the tools, and the very powerful statistical content and components. So I would like to mention the statistics and data group of this platform for the United Nations, the Latin America, and the Caribbean. The truth is that we're only regional commission in the world that comprises this UN group and that accompanies the work that you are doing. So, my friends, the closing of a cycle also means the beginning of a new one. And so for the 2022-2023 biennium, we will have 11 new working groups. There used to be 17. Well, we have reduced it somewhat because everybody said there's too many, we can't do it. Okay, we brought it down to 11, and whose mission will be to give continuity to this valuable space for exchange, collaboration, and mutual learning among the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and which is the essence of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And we must see that the topics addressed by the working groups reflect the concern to make statistical production an increasingly efficient process, making better use of administrative data and of higher quality using the tools and strategies. And so today's meeting addresses two topics of great relevance. The first is the progress and challenges identified in the region to modernize national statistical legislation. This is a major issue because the truth is that I believe, and so we've said here many times, how relevant it is that there are specific laws regulating the operation of national statistic systems and that protect them on the one hand, and that giving them autonomy also, and that also the legislation often overlooks, and especially having the resources, the budgets for statistical functions, because sometimes it's not seen because of whatever, but well, as a rule, these are areas that are affected. So this is a very, very important aspect that I hope you will address. And of course, approval by the Conference of the Generic Law on Official Statistics, which was drafted in November 2019. And this already was a step in this direction. And so the idea is to see how can we move ahead with that. And the second issue is new statistical methodologies and new data sources. It is essential that the production of official statistics clearly and decisively consider how to take advantage of recent advances in the availability of new data. We know that a lot of data come from satellites, social media, mobile phones, and use of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and algorithms that are used extensively by private companies and researchers. And so how to integrate them to the production of official statistics. And so this is a major challenge, how we're able to, in a certain extent, incorporate this data, which are often acquired commercially and without any need sometimes having teams with new capacities and so on. So there we do believe that collaboration among the countries of the region is essential in order to see how we are able to achieve also cybersecurity and also protection of what we call private data of people. I believe that here too, say today, this afternoon, we will be launching a regional center for big data, which is lodged at the Brazilian National Statistics Institute. So we will see what they can tell us as to how they are working with big data. And also we will, although we will not address it in detail at this conference, but I do believe that we must move ahead decidedly towards environmental accounting, ecosystem accounts. This is going to be very relevant because the COP26 has just adopted nature-based solutions. And so if we do not know what is the value of these ecosystems, and we do not monitor the information, this is just one example. We, for example, value the impact of a natural disaster, Iota and Eta in Honduras. But if there had been mine blast, for example, this cost $2 billion $2 billion if it had cost 30% less if there had been any manglas. But of course, we need to do that calculation because otherwise we do not know how to count it. And so among these issues of beyond GDP, this is going to be a very important topic because Latin America, the truth is that is at a decisive time in terms of adopting ecosystemic accounts that will give us an opportunity for an integrated analysis of the state and quality of our natural capital so that countries may truly enhance this measuring impacts and that everyone is speaking of green growth, green recovery. Yes, okay, fine. But how can we put this in black and white? And how do we devise extension accounts, condition accounts, ecosystemic service accounts to give us a development in the region? So I would like to thank everyone who has collaborated to materialize these activities. I apologize for having taken so much time. Do not throttle me, Chairman, but don't tell anyone, but this is one of my favorite conferences. And so we have all our energy into this. No, also, that's not true, Anna. Women as well, yes. But what I'm saying is that this is the basis of all things that may be done. And so I would like to thank all of you, our ECLAC teams, the national statistics offices, central banks, the ministries, agencies, funds, and programs that have truly helped so that we can do just this, because what is not measured does not count. And that we must be very clear on. What is not measured does not count. So let's continue to work together for statistical development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for being here. Yes, thank you, Juan Daniel, for your leadership. And of course, I hope that this conference be very, very successful and above all, that we can enjoy it. Thank you.
We thank the words of the Executive Secretary. I would now like to offer the floor to the President of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, Director General of the National Administrative Department of Statistics, DANE of Colombia, Mr. Juan Daniel Oviedo. You have the floor, sir. With the responsibility of inaugurating the favorite conference of the Executive Secretary of ECLAC.
Bueno, muy buenos días.
Good morning. A very special greeting to Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mario Cimoli, Joint Executive Secretary, Rolando Campo, Head of the Statistical Division of ECLAC, and all colleagues, directors of statistical offices that accompany us today at a virtual and face-to-face level, and also the more than 114 people who are connected via internet to this event. And likewise, I would also like to especially greet Stefan, who is accompanying us from a distance and is providing us with several guidelines, and that is very important in terms of the agenda that we're developing with a regional emphasis for all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And at present, I am very excited with sharing with you these words on a face-to-face level in this institution, and to convey the acknowledgement of all directors of statistical offices of Latin America and the Caribbean, convey the greetings and the gratitude to Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, because listening to her words, we feel extremely proud to acknowledge or to evidence the value that she has given to statistics, and the very rich agenda that ECLAC has undertaken in this sense, and also within the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have seen continuous reports about impoverishment, inequality, environmental challenges, challenges related to international trade, economic challenges that are all very, very important when it comes to establishing how Latin America and and the Caribbean organizes its situation and the issues derived from the COVID-19 pandemic linked to official statistics that with the leadership of ECLAC and above all of the statistical division of ECLAC and the collaborative work undertaken by all of us within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas has enabled a substantial progress to be made by the region when it comes to using official statistics, especially for decision-making in complex times, such as the ones that we have been experiencing during the past few months. I believe that this is my first and last intervention as president of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. Regrettably, we would have liked to have all met in Colombia so that we could welcome you there and especially share with you not only knowledge and the progress of the statistical offices, but also share with you the traditions and the different progress that has been achieved in Colombia as a society over the past few years. But I believe that beyond the nostalgia of not being able to be in Colombia at present, I would like to say that during these past few months, we have found in the methodological, technical, conceptual type difficulties, and also related to the management of human resources as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this has given statistical officers very, very important opportunities that enable us to remember from a technical perspective how generic models for the production of official statistics always begin with a fundamental pillar, and that is the identification of the needs of users. And I believe that during these 2 years, when a significant part of them have been able to respond to the challenges of our users at a national and international level in terms of demands and new demands for statistical information, that has enabled us to create that capacity and that very important synergy that we have in the Statistical Conference of the Americas in order to find mechanisms to respond to new users, where we have seen that they are more empowered and want to know or gain access to more information. For example, mortality rates that have been absolutely fundamental in order to manage the pandemic efficiently when it comes to analyzing the evolution of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also new indicators in terms of subjective well-being, to mention something that the Executive Secretary already mentioned with the concept of beyond GDP, where we had to advance very quickly in terms of being able to measure perceptions, new dimensions of mental health, and also in terms of defining new elements, enabling us to establish reconstruction plans and plans to return to normality, or even to redefine certain challenges in social, economic, and environmental aspects in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And I believe that that was a very important opportunity so that within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, we could reflect on the importance of those important, that important agenda of development within a transition. That is a fundamental element that enables us to articulate ourselves as a Latin American and Caribbean region with other sub-regional standards, for example, with European countries, with that identification of four traps, which is the institutional trap, the productivity trap, the socioeconomic vulnerability trap, and the environmental awareness trap becomes a pathway for the production of statistics for the offices in Latin America and the Caribbean, so that our countries may make a speedy process in terms of improving confidence in institutions and the productivity of enterprises to acknowledge ecosystem environmental aspects and acknowledge that the measurement of poverty must be increasingly diverse, integrating, taking into consideration gender and ethnical aspects within our society. I believe that those difficulties have created opportunities in order to rethink within the framework of the virtual discussions that we have held within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, our challenges in technological terms, in terms of human resources, and above all, in terms of ethics regarding official statistics in the medium and long term that will enable us to adequately respond to the 2030 agenda challenges, and especially to those social, economic, and environmental dimensions that are absolutely fundamental for our countries and for our societies. And within that framework, I believe that the conference has had a very valuable opportunity in terms of acknowledging that statistical official statistics, together with the data that can be produced not only by the national statistical offices, but also involving an ecosystem of statistical producers that we have within our countries, is a national public good. It is also a regional public good that, and I believe that in that sense, ECLAC has shown that official statistical information of our countries is a regional public good that enables us to jointly view what is happening in Latin America and the Caribbean. And within that scenario, we believe that acknowledging that statistical information and data is a public good, and we could even quote the General Secretary of the United Nations by saying that this is a global public good, we have to launch dialogues or begin to hold dialogues with other stakeholders within the framework of the production of statistical information. And I believe, and the Executive Secretary has already mentioned this, with the leadership of Rolando over the past 2 years, we have held a very fruitful dialogues with the geospatial community. We spoke of a marriage between official statistics and geospatial information in order to approach the sustainable development objectives and brings official statistics close to citizens and close to companies within their national and subnational contexts. But we also need to discuss this with the private sector, and we need to identify how the private sector, acknowledging that official statistics are a public good, will enable a scenario of collaboration, of collective construction, and of learning around those new sources of information with those new information methodologies that were already outlined by the Executive Secretary and that have been developed with a strong leadership in the private sector. And those dialogues imply very important challenges in methodological terms as national statistical offices. And as from Colombia, we will continue to be fully committed with that very productive discussion that we have held over the past few years, for example, around the concept of data stewardship, where, for example, the gender perspective can become a very important asset so that Latin America and the Caribbean can launch that concept of data stewardship around official statistics. We also need to go beyond the GDP. We need to define an agenda where in Latin America and the Caribbean there is a very prolific context for the measurement of well-being, and especially to measure those ecosystemic accounts where we also always speak of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of its biological and ecosystemic diversity. And that, in turn, brings to mind the need to look upon ourselves to know how we're exercising our functions vis-a-vis the societies that we are viewing via official statistics. And that leads us to ask ourselves, how do we know that we are actually fulfilling our mission? And I believe that the pandemic has forced us to ask ourselves that question and to become aware that self-assessment mechanisms and peer assessment mechanisms become very important challenges, so that as a community and as a statistical conference in this case, we may approach concepts that are well recognized in academia, such as the concepts of institutional effectiveness and self-assessment. I believe that statistical offices provide a public service to our countries and to our societies. And in providing that public service, we require to measure the effectiveness of our response, of our relevance, of our quality, of our accuracy, and of the strength that is required by our users. And in that sense, what is absolutely fundamental is the agenda that we will define within the framework of that 11th Conference of the Americas, where we will have the opportunity of defining a new path of group work path where as you may remember, we wanted this not only to be a learning community, but also a community of innovation, a community where openly, as we did last week during the forum to make statistics visible among Black and Afro-descendant peoples in Latin America and the Caribbean. The directors of statistical offices were able to exchange our progress, our difficulties, and above all, our commitments around making statistics of these communities visible. And this very quickly becomes an opportunity to continue to work as we have been doing over the past few years on the production of statistics geared towards equality that are gender-sensitive and that also have a subnational disaggregation capability, which is very important, and especially with robust quality aspects, because those are the principles that we have wanted to bring to the fore in terms of the production of official statistics. And having established the main progress that we have achieved over the past 2 years, and especially in a very humble manner to share with you what we believe will be the challenges that we will have to face over the next few years. And I would also like to express my very special gratitude to all ECLAC colleagues who, as from the first day when we took on board this task of presiding the Statistical Conference of the Americas, we have undergone a process of learning. And I would like to thank you for the possibilities of participating in the forum of countries for the agenda of sustainable development, forums around the equality and women's equality, forums on statistics, on disasters, and who have all made a tremendous effort with the tremendous support of our executive secretary, but also with Rolando, with the work of Rolando, Javier, and Luis, so that today some of us are present in these offices and hold a hybrid type of meeting, which is the first one that we're holding within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And around that point, we want to establish the importance of continuing to work with this network ecosystem, with this collaboration, so that we can exchange the good, the bad, the difficulties, the needs, but above all, enabling us to see how we can increasingly come closer to the continental Latin American region and the Caribbean countries, because despite the differences and the linguistic differences, we have to find common issues that will enable us to achieve this very important convergence in terms of the capabilities of official statistics. And here, and going back to this nostalgia of of the impossibility of all of you being in Colombia at present, I would like to say that we do have an opportunity to meet up in Colombia, because recently, within the framework of the World Data Forum, as you well know, Colombia, and especially the city of Medellin, has been appointed as the host of the fourth World Data Forum that will be held in the city of Medellin next in 2024. And beyond this being an achievement, of course, for Colombia, we want to express to all of you that this is an achievement for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, and especially an achievement for the Statistical Conference of the Americas. This is something that we don't want to organize based on simply on our own interests or on our own priorities, but we want to provide you with the possibility so that within the framework of that conference, we may define those specific shades, so that given the fact that this is the fifth World Data Forum that will be held in Medellin in 2024, we may express with a regional voice our interests, our priorities, and especially the progress that we as a conference, as a community, have achieved through our statistical offices of Latin America and the Caribbean. I thank you for your attention, and especially for your support over the past few years whilst we chaired the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And we would like to express our feelings of appreciation and especially of collaboration, and specifically of recognition of ECLAC for the very important task that they have undertaken over the past few years. Thank you very much.
We thank Juan Daniel Oviedo, Director or Chair of the Statistical Conference. And before handing over to the last speaker, I would like to recognize the effort made by the delegations of Argentina, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, and who are with us in this room and who traveled, followed all the necessary health protocols in order to be with us here today. And in closing this inaugural ceremony, we will now recognize the Director of the United Nations Statistics Division, Stefan Schweinfest. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Good morning, buenos dias from New York. I would really like to be with you there in the Sala Prebic when Alicia just mentioned and several speakers mentioned that this is the 11th session. I could not help but thinking back at the first session in 2001. And I was actually there in that room with you. And it gave me a moment of nostalgia. I mean, they sent me, then I was a bit younger. They sent me down there and they said, you speak Spanish and you have a good relationship with the friends and colleagues in Latin America. So why don't you represent UNSD at that first meeting? And there are two big tasks. I remember that my director told me then. Help them to establish a strong body for the region, a technical professional body. And second, make sure that the work of the region is well connected with what we are doing at the global level. And if I look back at these two tasks, I can only congratulate you because you've been successful on both levels. I think over the last 20 years, you have built a very strong professional community in the region that helps the region with the topics that are relevant, the policy topics for the region and for your countries, and have developed many tools and recommendations that I believe have strengthened the statistical organizations in the countries and for the whole region. And second, I have always been impressed by your good connection to the global level. And I can give you a few examples in what I'm going to talk about now, where we really work very, very closely together, and where what you do is actually helping us and helping other regions in the world. So I'm very happy to be with this professional group this moment, with this family, as I sometimes call it. And thank you, Alicia, to your leadership. Thank you, Rolando, and your team for all the solid preparations and for always being close to me in my WhatsApp. And whenever there is an issue or a question, we are we immediately address it, and we are well connected. And thank you, of course, Juan Daniel, for your leadership, your vision for the whole region. I had the pleasure of opening the GGIM Latin America's meeting just a few days ago, and that in itself is also remarkable, and I'll talk about this in a minute, that the geospatial and the statistical are so close in this region. And Paloma, I see her there, who is was the chair of the Latin America GGIM committee and is now the co-chair at the global level. Yet another example of how experts from the region lead the region and are well connected to the global. I used a structure for my initial reflections that I will reprise here, so I hope those who've heard it will forgive me, but I thought it helped me to structure my thinking. And my topic was, the UN is all about connections. What we are doing in the United Nations are connections. We are connecting actors and we are connecting themes. And let me take 5 examples of important connections. Number 1 is the connections between the countries, you. Number 2 is the connections not only between the countries and the governments, but with other stakeholders, academia, private sector. Number 3 is the connection between the region and the global. Number 4 is the important connection between statistics and geospatial. And number 5 is the very important connection between our technical work and the policy. And let me just say a few words on each of those. On the connection between countries, I've been particularly proud that this statistical professional community, this family, has worked very well together through the crisis, and I never get tired of repeating it. We came together, we exchanged methodologies and ideas. The census was a big problem for all of us because the pandemic hit us right when most of us were preparing or executing a census. So we came together, we exchanged experiences. We at UNSD had the privilege of creating a website, not telling you what to do, but collecting the information from all of the countries. And I always say this is not only a professional family, this is a professional community of solidarity that help each other exploring the use of alternative data, what can be done in a crisis. And I really wanted to highlight this and congratulate you. This takes me to my second topic. It's the connection with various stakeholders. We know that we cannot do it alone in the government agencies. We need the support of academia that help us think. We need the support of the private sector that has the resources to develop tools and technologies that we need to access. And we are doing this with our big data program, and many of the data from the private sector are being effectively used for our official data production. One specific example that we discussed last week with the geospatial group is that the satellite images of NASA was at the meeting, can be used for national statistical production. And of course, the connection with civil society that are our users, but also sometimes producers of information, and they keep us honest and keep us accountable because it's ultimately the people that we serve. So I think in the last 10 years, what I have observed in my personal perspective is that these connections with various stakeholders have significantly improved, and I think that is a very good thing. My third thought was between the connection with your regional work and your global work, and there are many examples of that, but let me just pick one, and this was already mentioned, CEPAL Stat. It is not only important that we produce the data, but we also get them out there. We make them accessible. We make them used, because only a used data item is a good data item. And CEPAL-Stat is a leading example, not only for the other regions, it will even help us at the United Nations Statistics Division in New York as we are constructing UN data at the global level. to provide access to the richness of the entire data system of the United Nations, not only us and the regional commissions, but all of the UN system agencies. There are issues of quality control. There are issues of how to integrate that with geospatial. There are issues to decide how the countries are involved in the governance of such a complex system, because after all, the data is from the countries. These are official data, and we at the United Nations have to carefully manage this precious good. We are custodians of your data, and we are very respectful. So one of my fundamental principles is that in everything we do, we need the countries at the table to help to guide us. So this is just one example. And of course, in many other substantive examples in all of our methodological work, we work very, very closely together between the region and the global. And I'm very grateful for that. The next point was, of course, I've mentioned it several times, the geospatial and statistics connection. And here again, ECLAC is leading. You have here in Latin America, the two countries, Mexico and Brazil, where this integration is institutional, and those are leading examples in the world. But the CEPAL also has taken a great leadership with the regional advisor, Alvaro, and this topic has been, and Rolando, of course, has also been the co-chair of the global GGIM. So I think you have the right constellation in your region to show the rest of the world how this integration can be done effectively. And I believe you had back-to-back physical meetings with the two professional communities, which are quite distinct. I learned to respect them. They also speak different technical languages, but they know that they have to work together, because just to give you one example, in the COVID crisis, everything we were all looking at every day were maps and numbers, because we needed both. We needed to know the total numbers, but we needed to know also the location of the infections to effectively combat the disease. So I think there again, Latin America is leading, and I thank you for that. My final point is the important connection between statistics and the policy, because of course we do not produce statistics just for ourselves. And the policy agenda are multiple. I mean, we have the recovery that we are all struggling with, and we need to provide the information base. We have the sustainable development agenda. We have climate change. We have disaster risk reduction. We have gender. And now Alicia mentioned it. We have at the United Nations what we call the common agenda of the Secretary General, who starts his second term and has made this common agenda public as his policy priorities for his second term. And there, the topic of beyond GDP was discussed at very high level. And of course, we as statistical community have to make a community contribution. We are working towards the 2025 review of the system of national accounts. We have already started a reflection of well-being accounting and satellite accounting. And of course, we have 20 years of experience in environmental economic accounting with the recent adoption in the Statistical Commission of the SIA ecosystem accounting. So I think we are very aware of this connection with policy, and I'm looking forward to working more with you on those topics. Let me finish by inviting you to New York, giving you the good news that we are wildly determined to hold the March meeting in New York in a carefully designed manner, but in a physical manner, if at all possible. I mean, we are preparing everything for it, and we really hope to be all together in the first week of March in New York, and welcome all of you to celebrate our professional community. We just did at the World Data Forum. So we have shown that we could hold an event with 700 people in a responsible and safe manner. We will do the same in New York. Let me just give you a few appetizers to whet your appetite, to make you come to New York. One of the topics we will discuss is a review of the terms of reference of the Statistical Commission, because they are 50 years old. And we have to integrate new topics, like for instance, the new role of national statistical offices as data stewards, it was mentioned. One topic that we will also touch upon is gender mainstreaming, and I'm mentioning this because it comes from Latin America. It comes from Juan Daniel's tireless leadership on this topic. And we want to look at the discussion in the Statistical Commission, not only at gender statistics, which is a classical topic, which we all know, and time use measurement was mentioned as one of the technical aspects of it, but we want to reflect on gender mainstreaming for the entire program of the Statistical Commission, including all of the over 30 topics that we will be discussing in New York. And yes, we will have also side events for the Friday. We are planning a special event on financing data, sustainable data, based on our new partnership with the World Bank and Paris 21 with the Global Data Facility, and we will introduce it and reflect how we can raise more funds, make the value proposition for our important work. So I hope to see you all in New York very, very soon in March next year. And then, of course, Juan Daniel already said it, in Medellin in 24, where we will celebrate the World Data Forum. So lots of excitement in the future for our statistical community. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and I'm wishing you a very good conference.
Bueno, de este modo, thank you, Stefan, vamos a dar término a la inauguración de esta 11ª Conferencia de Estadística de las Américas. Y viene uno de los momentos más complejos de la conferencia, que es organizarnos para tomar foto presencial y foto virtual. Entonces, instrucciones. La gente que está en el Zoom, por favor, que prenda su cámara. Exactamente. Para poder captarlos. Muy bien.
See you all. And those of you who are in the room, the delegations, please stand in front of us so as to keep some distance here. And then the photographer who is here in the room will give us the next instructions. Do we stand up? No, they in front and we stand up.
Bueno, ahora vamos a hacer un break.
Okay, now we will have a 10-minute break. People who are connected via Zoom, please remain there, and we'll resume in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Si podemos empezar a tomar los asientos para reanudar la sesión.
Recording in progress.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, all participants in this 11th session of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And moving ahead with the agenda, I would now like to submit to your approval, to the approval of all delegates, the provisional agenda of this meeting that was distributed electronically by the Secretariat. You therefore have a document before you, which is LCCEA 11.1, which has been developed by our colleagues from the Secretariat in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 2 of the regulations of ECLAC entitled Provisional Agenda. And I would like to submit this to your consideration. I would like to ask colleagues who want to make a comment and who are connected via Zoom to let us know by raising your hand or by sending us a message using the chat. And obviously for those that are physically present in this room to ask for the floor if they have any comments to make. I think no one has asked for the floor, and in consequence, given the fact that there are no comments with regards to the provisional agenda, we will adopt the agenda. And I confirm that we are certain that that agenda will be fundamental for the adequate and very productive development of our conference. I would now like to offer the floor to Rolando Ocampo, who is Chief of the Statistics Division of ECLAC, who will act as moderator of the next segment of presentation and discussion of substantive issues. Rolando, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Let's see, first of all, I would like to thank you all for accompanying us in this conference with the first issue, where we will discuss the progress and the challenges for the consolidation of the statistical institution. In this segment, we will have two presentations, and this will also involve the participation of 4 panelists from the different statistical institutes. So the first presentation will be delivered by Mario Palma, who is the former vice president of the board of directors of the National Institute of Statistics and Geography, INEGI, of Mexico. And he will talk to us about the book that he wrote, which is entitled Telling Truths. And I assume that all the statistical institute directors already have a copy of this book, because I understand that INEGI has sent a whole series of books, or has distributed that book. And the second presentation will be delivered by the DANE of Colombia and its president, Juan Daniel Oviedo, who will deliver a presentation in this sense. The panelists that will accompany us today will be Miosotis Rivas, the director of ONE of the Dominican Republic, Roberto Castillo, director of INEC of Ecuador, Timon Charles,
y Floribel Méndez, que es la
and Floribel Mendez, who is the Managing Director of INEC of Costa Rica. Without further ado, I would like to offer the floor to Mario Palma. Mario Palma, you are already connected as a panelist. Let's see, there's no response. Mario, is your microphone on? Yes, Mario is present in the meeting, but No, I am connected. I can switch my microphone on, but not my video. Okay, so that's it. Mario, you have the floor for 15 minutes. Now for 20 minutes to deliver your presentation. Mario Palma does not need any other introduction. He is a colleague that has been present as on the very first Statistical Conference of the Americas. He has always been present. Now he left the Institute because he has retired. He has concluded his mandate. But Mario, you have the floor. It's a great pleasure to welcome you here in this event. Thank you very much, Rolando. Thank you very much, Alicia Bárcena, for her kind invitation. And thank you very much, Alicia. Thank you very much, Rolando, and distinguished participants in this panel. I know many of you. I have known many of you for a long time. I'd like to share with you the context and the content of the book that we're referring to. This is a historical book about INEGI. In other words, it's a book about the history of the institutional framework of Mexico and of INEGI. Beyond conveying a whole series of events and the chronology, what it does is to analyze the circumstances and answer some basic fundamental questions. Why these types of institutions are needed, why they should have a certain level of independence, professional and strong professional independence, why programs were launched and so on. It is structured around two main axes or concerns that are the ones that have characterized INEGI throughout its history. One of them, in very simple terms, is how to adequately measure reality and what this implies, what has been done, and how INEGI has operated in terms of programs, lessons learned, training, technological equipment, the training of its staff, and how it developed over time. The second part, well, it's not exactly the second half, but at least the second concern is the professional independence of the institute, which in the case of INEGI has been achieved via a process that we have legally called of institutional autonomy. And that is something that we will be discussing later on. To answer the first part, to adequately measure reality, well, that explains the reason for the existence of INEGI, what it is devoted to and what it does. The second one refers to a vital quality of all offices that produce statistical information, and that is the trust, without which the first part is lost. Now, you find the history of INEGI, the history of official statistics at a world level, and in terms of at an international level, we find the part devoted to statistical operation in the region, the genesis of this meeting, as mentioned by Rolando, and even before it was founded in the year 2000. And this is found in pages 136 to 140. That's from the perspective of INEGI that presided the creation as a country when the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC was created. In summary, what does the history say to us? Well, it shows how this institution changed from being an institution in a developing country, an institution with a very low budget and with very scarce knowledge or recognition on the part of society, and even less so of the government, and how that became the institute that we have today. It's a history of leadership, of vision, of the work of many people, and of learning from mistakes and benefiting from opportunities. That is what is told there in several chapters. It involves the participation in international activities and also regular assessments on the part of several entities such as the World Bank, the OECD, Data Watch, the International Monetary Fund, of its statistical capabilities. When we talk in INEGI of statistics, we always include we always think of the fundamental principles and we also have the narrative of an unfortunate event that had a great impact on the institutional activities, which was the earthquake of 1985, which involved for our institution the loss of human lives of our offices, and it led to the decentralization of our main offices to the city of Aguascalientes, with an extensive narrative of how this process took place and its implications for the institution, costs, complexities, advantages, and so on. All that is extensively discussed in the book. The second part, which is has to do with systems related to the recent institutional part, and I insist that everything is one single set, is what we can call the institutional concern in order to create a model that to protect the professional independence of the institution, and which in Mexico culminated in legal terms with the what we call the autonomy of the institute. The book includes the foundations, the justifications, the reasons for this concern. And this may seem disproportionate because we have many technical concerns in terms of why the part of professional independence is so important. And here we refer to other concepts and not necessarily statistical in nature, but also to legal concepts. The reasons, and this is explained in the book, is the right to information, which is a basic fundamental right of all individuals. And regardless of age, of place of residence, or of any other type of variable, this is a right for all people, be they within a country at a given or not within a given moment in time. And why is this so? Why is it so important? Why is it included in the International Declaration of Human Rights? Well, because of the simple fact that information has an impact on the personal well-being, on the economic well-being, on the cultural and spiritual well-being of all people. And this may sound as something very simple, but this is the why information is so important, and why what happens in statistical offices is so important. The fundamental principles that are acknowledged by all countries, at least formally by 193 countries, imply that in the case of information, obviously, I'm not saying here what is more important or what is not, but the right to information has a very specific characteristic, because it exerts influence and impacts all the other fundamental rights, because they rely the others, in order to be effective, the others rely on having the respective information in place. And so in the International Declaration of Human Rights, the official statistical producers, statistical offices, play a very important role, because they are the ones that provide the information in order to, so that people can enjoy their fundamental rights. And this is how then through they enable this via the statistical information that they provide. Well, by providing quality and timely statistics. But this would not work if we did not, if this did not entail the preservation of this information in professional terms in all stages of its production and dissemination, and therefore, and thus we arrive at the professional independence of official statistics. It is this provides confidence in these offices that produce official statistics, and this requires a legal mandate that protects this situation. Now, this is not a theoretical construction, or not simply a theoretical construction. There may be many other external agents that try to exert influence statistics, but the truth of the matter is that in all countries and in history, the cases when governments have intervened, and this can, of course, vary enormously. It can be a very subtle interference. It can be direct pressure. It can be involve the suspension of the director of the institution, or it can be brutal, as occurred in Russia in 1947 when Stalin shot two statistical directors because he didn't want like the results of the census, and he shot. Not only shot the two top authorities of the statistical office, but also the directors of all the regional offices were also shot. But this gives you an idea of the fact that this is a problem faced by statistical offices. And the important point here, and what I would like to focus on, is the discussion that must be conducted in all countries in each institute, and that refers to what type of mandate is required and what type of mandate they should require. This is a vital point in order to protect professional autonomy. In the case of Mexico, it is the one that is described there, and I would like to provide you with a couple of ideas. And this is expressed in several chapters. In 1983, INEGI was created as a non-concentrated public entity. This comes from the French public administration. And in very simple terms, what this means is that we enjoy technical autonomy, but we have a ministerial hierarchical structure. The entity, in other words, has its own freedom in order to conduct the technical part of its work, but it reports to a minister, and it is appointed, the director is appointed under the procedures that are used in the local public administration. Now, this was involved as a significant progress, but after a few years, it wasn't an effective defense of the professional independence of the statistical office. In 1992, and primarily based or promoted by the founder of INEGI, ex-president, and he had become a minister of the economy, and he was a very influential person at that time in Mexico. He conducted a study in terms of the options that were open, and the conclusion that he arrived at is that the best road ahead was autonomy. And it took 16 years to achieve this. It was obtained in 2006 in institutional terms, but the law actually crystallized in 2008, that concept of autonomy. Now, this is a very long story. It is told in great detail, and you can have a look at that. But basically, this also was within the context of a period that we could call a period of democratization of our country that lasted many years, but it involved the autonomy of various institutions, for example, the autonomy of the central bank, the autonomy of the National Electoral Institute, the Human Rights Commission, INEGI, and a few others. And we can place this within this context of democratization. But it takes a lot of time, it involves a lot of opposition, and many problems were faced. The time it took simply gives you an idea of the fact that it wasn't a simple, easy process. Now, what happened? Well, we faced the normal bureaucratic opposition and also faced political opposition. We could, if you allow me, and in 16 years, of course, there were many different governments. And I could say that those who were in government, despite the fact that there was an original support, well, the governments in office didn't really like this idea. Gradually, oppositions adopted this. Now, over time, some of these forces in opposition became governments, became a government, and then they didn't like this autonomy too much. And those that had been in government beforehand and had become opposition did support this idea. To put it very simply and very summarized, in many years.
So what happened at the end? Well, there was consensus among all opposition, and those in government had also had the banner and had no other choice but to join in. And after many difficulties in 2006, it reached the constitution. And so the autonomy of INEGI was approved. What should we highlight here regarding autonomy? There are many characteristics, but the important thing is not just the fact that it is a declaration of autonomy, but the legal governance related to autonomy. In the case of INEGI, and this implies power balances and so on, but this is not the only data. But the most relevant ones are that there is a board with a chair and 4 vice chairs in stepped terms and clauses that they must meet in order to be appointed. And they're appointed by the President of the Republic, but they are approved by the Senate. There are a number of rules for the stay of these members that mean that the institution is quite stable. And also there are some characteristics that are relevant. There's the definition and a separation between the functions of the board and of the president of INEGI that are administrative and executive. The president of this institution is the person responsible for the administration, but the governing board also has very specific functions. At some institutions, other things happen. For example, central banks, that the results are not voted. It is simply a project that may be approved by the governing board, follows an administrative process, a methodological process, and when the results are there, they are published. And so what is decided by the president is not approved or voted by the governing board. So there's a series. Well, there's another factor that is very important, and that is that the law itself turns INEGI and makes it the coordinator of the national statistical and geographical system. This means that INEGI must collaborate with and work directly, and they must do this with INEGI, with all organizations that produce geographical and statistical information in the public administration at federal level, municipal level, or whatever. There are a number of instances by law, 3 main ones, where the intent is to coordinate things. It is consultative, executive committees for each subsystem, and technical committees, approximately 50, and as the name says, highly specialized in each area. This has worked like this since 2008, with several changes in terms of the president. And data has been submitted, highly delicate data, with outcomes not always that good for the governments. And but there's never been an issue with any government, I must say this, to date. The vicissitudes of how this occurred, as well as the analysis of all of these characteristics, are in the book. And in the period of Q&A, I would love to answer whatever doubts you may have, and at your service for that. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mario, and for your intervention. Without a doubt, the book is very good, and we invite you to read it with so many stories as you have told us. And there's a lot of information on the construction of the institutionality, this special one in Mexico. And I say it because I believe that it is a great experience. So now I would like to move on to the next presentation with Juan Daniel Oviedo, and also give you the floor so that you may reflect on the DANE. So you have 15 minutes. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Rolando. I believe that we've just heard a presentation. No, we have a presentation to show. Who is upstairs? If you could show the presentation. Well, while the presentation begins, is put up on the screen, we would like to recognize the work by Mario as former vice president of the governing body of the National Institute of Geography and Statistics that was sent so generously by INEGI. They sent us a copy. I was able to read it, and also Mario said that this is an inspiring element, as so many of the challenges that we in Colombia, we believe, must take on in order to strengthen our statistical institutionality. And so, without being imprudent, that is somehow the dream, this institutionality that we would like to support in Mexico, with that technical and administrative independence of a constitutional rank, as INEGI has, and which means that this means that the code of good practice of statistical official statistics that we have seen at global level, as well as within ECLAC. And so in that case, what we wanted was to take the opportunity that the executive secretary is here and recognize that, as she said, that in this biennium, specifically in November 2019, the conference was able to adopt the generic law on official statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean. And in line with the beginning of the presidency or chair of Colombia within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, we said that we must set the example and make all of our institutional efforts in order to ensure that we have an adaptation and implementation of this generic law on official statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean in the case of Colombia. And the example that we would like to share with you in these short minutes is of this bill 222 of 2021, which is in the Chamber of Representatives of Colombia. And there are provisions on official statistics in the country. One of the most important elements that we would like to share with you very quickly is, first, what is the relevance that becomes a reference of these very contributions made by Mario during his intervention, and above all, share with you which are the topics that have been developed in terms of the statistical institutionality, as Mario well said, associated to the coordination and connection within the national statistics system. And that is why, first, we would like to focus on the relevance of the bill number 222 of 2021, now in the lower chamber, and that will be mentioned today in the Chamber of Representatives for the first discussion of 4 as determined by the law in Colombia. Through this bill, and when it becomes a law, we may first ensure a unified legal framework. As Alicia Bárcena said, it is very important to have in a single space the rules of the game, so to speak, as well as the guiding principles for the what must be done by the entire chain of the production and dissemination of official statistics at national and subnational level. And so for this, we want things that we have already discussed and that have been a part of our work within the Statistical Conference of the Americas. That is to have a legal provision for the censuses as well as adoption of the results, and determine which would be the criteria for any reservation in the information provided, which is a major challenge, so as to use new sources of information, and in this case, administrative records, that the legal frameworks should not be clear in that the statistical reservation has a higher hierarchy over and above other information reservations set out by the public sector or the private individuals that provide public services. And so the bill brings this down to ground far more accurately with regard to the concept of a statistical reservation that Colombia implements under the law since 1993. But at the same time, and very much in line with what we have learned throughout these 2 years within the Statistical Conference of the Americas, we've also presented a series of guidelines in order to move ahead in using the administrative records based on interoperability standards, as Stefan said, but also of statistical quality in terms of using these administrative records. And that I believe will be one of the topics that we will put to you for consideration tomorrow in terms of a new work agenda, how to have quality frameworks in order to use administrative records as a source of statistical information. And lastly, we believe that with this bill, we will be coming closer to these international benchmarks, as Mario was saying, regarding also the Mexican national statistical system, having a system where it is clear that the authority exercised by the NSO, aside from being an authority of a hierarchical rank It is based on the interoperability, dialogue, and the enabling of technical and conceptual elements in order to have frameworks for innovation and quality within the national statistics system. And so here now we will quickly go through the international benchmarks. At the heart of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, it is important to ratify that our review of the UNESCO frameworks of the OECD, together with the generic law on official statistics of ECLAC, we must recognize the very relevant work carried out at that time, also supported by the IDB, for this so that the regional generic law adopts the main challenges revealed by other statistical organizations. Now the next one. So what are these very important themes that we would like to make visible within the framework of this legal initiative? And that, once again, I insist, is the outcome of making the most of the capacities developed within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. I insist having a legal framework, as Alicia Bárcena said, and as Mario said, be clear on the principles, the provisions that must rule the national statistics system, and above all, having the criteria to promote interoperability and being able to use administrative records, as well as the use of ICTs to have or develop new techniques and use alternative sources of information. In the particular case of Colombia, we did not have a legal framework establishing the periodicity of censuses. And quite sincerely, as we have said at different meetings, this has implied costs in terms of the quality of census information. Just to give an example, the last term, between the last two censuses, 2005 and 2018, 13 years, far longer than the official period. And this meant that population projections established for a 10-year period had to be stretched, so to speak, for another 3 years. And this had its cost when it came to implementing the outcomes of the 2018 census, because the estimates were based on benchmarks, more distant benchmarks, that in the case of Colombia took for granted a growth much slower than the birth rate in Colombia. And so for us, it is very important that these population censuses be held every 10 years, and likewise have a time frame for economic censuses. And in the case of Colombia, well, the last economic census was in 1991. And we tried at the time to determine the pillars for holding the economic census during that time. But unfortunately, the possibility of having the resources and carrying out the census was affected by the pandemic and the fiscal situation in our country. And so with that, that legal framework will make it possible to, despite the difficulties, we will have to comply with these timeframes. Additionally, we're bringing to a legal level elements associated to the promotion of statistical quality, and how the NSO, in this case DANE, by meeting principles, so-called sort of Chinese wall, may verify the quality of the statistics produced by other players within the national statistics system. And so, although the dream would be to have a fully independent statistics authority, in the particular case of Colombia, that would imply a constitutional reform. And neither could the law establish a specific profile for the director of the, in this case, the National Statistics Department. In the case of Colombia, the NSO has a ministerial rank, and ministerial rank at constitutional level is given by ministries and administrative departments that report directly to the presidency of the Republic. And the political constitution of 1991 gave full freedom to the president of the Republic to appoint or unappoint his closest circle, which is the ministerial rank, ministers and directors of administrative departments. And so the law could not establish the criteria nor the fixed term for a director of a national statistics department, because it would be breaching or in violation of the Constitution. And so what the law foresees is establishing all of these principles, all of these connection principles in order to have a quality framework for official statistics and with the national statistics system, and make recommendations to the President of the Republic so that he may make every effort to ensure the fulfillment of all of these principles with regard to quality and independence, and that one way or another results in the code of good practices for official statistics.
And very quickly, what will happen is that via a decree, this law will be passed by our Congress, and at that time, our president will issue a regulation defining the profile, the selection process, and the fixed period where, and despite the fact that the president is completely free to appoint that director of an administrative department, the presidential commitment is that given this legal framework, he will abstain from that capability in the case of the National Administrative Department of Statistics of Colombia, so that in Colombia we may have we may evidence before our citizens the technical independence that must prevail in the statistical office, something that has been experienced during 60 years of history. But this needs to be, these mechanisms need to be confirmed vis-a-vis our citizens, so that we can clearly talk about a technical independence, as mentioned by Mario during his presentation. And finally, we have a framework of how we will conduct these exercises and these important developments in terms of international cooperation, and also to establish the main regulations on the dissemination and publicity of statistical information. Aspects that we have discussed over the last 2 years, and also before that, we have all mentioned the importance of communications when it comes to creating confidence in official statistics and the recognition of this as a public good, and also we need to establish the fact that we are obliged to provide information of both natural and juridical persons to the National Statistical Office, so that it may consolidate official statistics, and it establishes an update of the regime of violations associated to statistical activities, and and this requires a level of legislation in the case of the institutional framework of Colombia. Those are the main elements that we wanted to share with you, with a very positive message of acknowledging that we have found within the framework of the regional generic law on official statistics, the main aspects of everything that we have wanted to submit to our Congress, and will be rendering our accounts to the conference in terms of how this contribution that which is so important, and which was approved in 2019, is becoming a reality on a second occasion, because let us remember that in the case of Paraguay, we also had a successful implementation and creation of the National Statistics Institute of Paraguay, which is today headed by our colleague Ivan Ojeda, who is president in this meeting at a virtual level. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Daniel. Before we move on to our panelists, I would like to
Mario Chimoli, a nuestro secretario.
Offer the floor to our joint executive secretary, Mario Chimoli, who was mentioning some aspects related to the importance of the institutional framework. Thank you very much. I heard the presentation about the history of INEGI and about what our friend said about Colombia.
Mensaje me parecen fundamental. El primero,
And I believe that there are two essential messages. First of all, the construction of data has to do with the right of individuals and is also related to the other battles of economic policy and of rights, which is very important. And therefore, the institutional framework is not the institutional framework purely. It is, at the end of the day, the idea is to maintain this quota of neutrality. This is tremendously important, and that is crucial. And often, and we don't realize this because of the comings and goings of political governments, and that is a fundamental task. And ECLAC is doing this, and Alicia has provided the issue of statistics with tremendous importance. The idea is to maintain that institutional framework and that neutrality, knowing that it is not perfect, but that it guarantees the platform for all the other policies, including policies that have to do with equality, rights, inclusion, and so on. If we don't have this in place, that would be very, very severe. We have to be. We have to take this into consideration. I believe this is a very important panel discussion, which for everyone, and especially for ECLAC. How can we wage a battle on equality if we're not clear on the figures? And so I believe all this is tremendously important. I liked both presentations very much. And the history conveyed to us in chapter 11 of the book. One can laugh today, but it is something that we should be crying over that, not laughing. Perhaps today you're not shot, but you are fired. And so the institutional framework is something very important for ECLAC and for the battles that we have waged in terms of economic policy and our ideals. That's what I wanted to say, because I feel that this is a very important issue. Thank you very much, Mario. Now we'll offer the floor to our four panelists so that we can subsequently open a Q&A session in this sense. I will begin by offering the floor to our colleague from Costa Rica, Floribel Méndez. Floribel, please share with us the main challenges that you have faced in the implementation of the new statistical law, and how this new law has enabled you to put the different roles in order vis-a-vis the other members of the statistical community. You have 5 minutes for this. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this possibility. It's a great pleasure to greet you all and to participate. The challenges. Can you hear me? Please, colleagues from Cuba, please turn your microphones off. In terms of the challenges for the implementation of the law, in Costa Rica, the National Statistical System, this law was passed in mid-2019, so we are presently in the process of implementation. And the main challenge that we find is to make this law operational. Putting this into operation has been a major challenge, and for that purpose, we feel that we need to have an internal structure in INEC, which is in charge of the coordination of the national statistical system, a solid structure with the necessary resources in order to implement the law, because it is here where we have a major responsibility in terms of making this law operational. We need to generate a whole series of regulations, which involves guidelines, protocols, rules, and that will enable us to truly implement this law. And in this sense, the challenge is not only to produce these guidelines, these regulations, but we must also accompany the entities of our national statistical system. We need to train them. And after that, we must monitor this to determine whether this regulation, these good practices are being implemented by the national statistical system. And we have very heterogeneous systems in Costa Rica, and obviously this task becomes much more complex. We also face the challenge of implementing the hierarchical structure established by the legal framework, and for that purpose, we need to establish the logistics, the organization, the planning in order to launch all this. And that is also a major challenge during the pandemic in both 2020 and this year. We have had to undertake this task, and obviously it makes this much more complex. Another challenge that we see is the issue of creating awareness among the national statistical entities so that they can take on board this law, in the sense that this law is something that rules them, that has to do with them, that involves responsibilities for them. And this is something that we have to work on so that we can truly implement the law. Let us remember that the entities of the national statistical system are not devoted to statistical production, but they deal with education, health, transport, and so on. And therefore, we need to make them create awareness among them so that they can take on board this legal framework. And this involves a major effort. And we have also seen that it is not only a question of creating awareness among the technicians of these institutions, but also authorities of those institutions, so they acknowledge the scope of the national statistical system law, which is fundamental in order to improve the production of statistics by the national statistical system. We have also faced certain challenges related to the creation of the consultative committee. We have wanted to provide that to a certain level to the members that form part of this consultative council. And it hasn't been easy to find the ideal people among authorities and to establish this consultative entity. A further challenge is to provide the law on the national statistical system with its appropriate level, with its recognition, not only in terms of the law on the compilation of personal data, but in aspects that have to do with the management of resources, the management of the legal structures of different institutions, and various other aspects, which will mean that we are able to adequately position this law at an adequate level. Those are the main challenges that we have faced when it comes to the implementation of this law. And also we have the issue of the roles of stakeholders within the statistical community. I believe that a solid legislation provides clarity in terms of the role of the various entities that take part in the production of statistical information at a national level. And so we have been able to establish with clarity what the national system will look like the various entities that form part of this national system, the things or the requirements that they have to meet to be part of this statistical system. And another very important issue is that it has the faculty to say, well, these are the people that comply with these conditions to become part of the system. Also, in the case of Costa Rica, what was very important for us is that the law could clarify the link between NEC and the various stakeholders or parts of the national statistical system. And the law helps us with it because it clarifies that the statistical centers have to have a specialized administrative entity specialized on statistics, or a specialized process, or a person in charge who can be the link with INEC and who must be responsible for promoting the legislation, regulations, protocols that INEC provides these entities with, so that we can adequately produce and disseminate these statistics. Also, in terms of this issue of hierarchy, the law clarifies that structure of coordination within our national institute, and it clearly establishes the role of INEC as the articulator of the national statistical system. And within INEC, what is clearly established is the hierarchical structure, which is the directive board and the management of INEC. With their responsibilities and functions. And also in terms of the structure of the national statistical system, it clearly establishes the interinstitutional characteristic of the creation of statistics and the links that are responsible for creating these statistics in different institutions, and the consultative council as an entity for users to express their needs. These coordination entities, well, the law clearly establishes its functions, its responsibilities. And what is also very important, and something which helps us in these roles, is that the national statistical system will conduct its activities with a 5-year plan in order to provide a guideline for that statistical production. And to conclude, the legal framework clearly establishes the functions, the responsibilities, and the rights of the different entities that form part of the national statistical system. That would be my report. Thank you, Floribel, for your participation. Perhaps the most complex element is the creation of awareness among authorities so that we can truly establish this process in our countries. And now we would move on to INEC from Ecuador. Roberto Castillo, you have the floor. Roberto, I would like to ask you a couple of questions. The first one is which improvements are incorporated into the project of the new executive decree? I don't know whether the generic law for Latin America that was approved during this Statistical Conference of the Americas, whether this is a reference point for these improvements. Good morning, Rolando. Good morning, everyone, colleagues and directors of statistical offices. I would like to tell you that I am the Amazon region of Ecuador. I am indeed exploring the population census, conducting a pilot test to determine the sequence of cartography. We're with the whole team here in the Amazon region, and I am here to participate in this event. With regards to your questions, what are the improvements of the bill? Well, 3 elements, I would say. Our strategy is to do this via an executive decree. We know that the road towards the law is longer than this, but we do need to inject a level of credibility. And so the willingness of the President of the Republic has been to act in 2 ways. First of all, with an executive decree, and also telling truths, so to speak, using the title of the book. And this does not, and we need to be very efficient in generating the political need for a new law. And with regards to 3 points, first of all, we need to strengthen the technical and professional autonomy. There we find the fundamental principles, the profile of the maximum of the top authority, based obviously a generic law as a reference. We do not foresee, for example, the issue of the period, given the regulation that exists in our country. The executive decree, as Juan Daniel said, the Colombian strategy seems to me to be interesting, but there are certain, and so it could happen that the president could remove the top authority. The second point has to do with modernization. And obviously, we also believe that we have to integrate statistical and geographic frameworks. In the case of Colombia, this is done with the statistical office and the military cartographic authority. And so we have, in a very subtle manner, incorporated these two types of frameworks. And we are aware that these tools are very important. In terms of modernization, the information platform is another element that is mentioned and that we have discussed here. The platform for us, the learning of what Rolando has been doing is something very important. We're not starting from scratch, but we are benefiting from what has already been worked on.
And third, improving governance and relations with users. This is more like advisory services in terms of users, and we want to put up the possibility so that as guests we could have academics and members of the civil society for INEC to have counterweights. And also, as we had said in general, try to stretch out what we can do this way in the absence of a law. And the law with regard to governance and access to administrative records. As you know, INEC Ecuador, with ECLAC support and other colleagues from the IDB and the World Bank, we do have a label dynamics laboratory. And here, access, interoperability is something that we do strengthen. But especially, above all, in the team, we want to change our relationships with users. When we get out of these four walls and we talk to users, be it our counterparts in the executive and regional government level, if they do not see that INEC could help them to improve the quality of the data, it will not be a win-win situation. So we're working a lot in this area in order to improve what we do at team level, because sometimes the statistical secrecy it does not favor us in terms of accessing records. And our users say, but look, you have a lot of useful information, but we're not getting it. So this is something that we need to change inside and out. In response to your second question with regard to the generic law, evidently, this is a support, and it has been. We've worked on what I've done, IDB, Jimena Clark, and that has been with us since 2019. This is the second strike for you to have some sort of a reference. Telling you stories of Ecuador briefly. In 29, well, we've had very close in 2009, and we had a very serious political crisis in Ecuador. And now, well, but things are sort of dwindling out. But by the end of the year, we are hoping to have this first signal by the executive. So, well, I would like to end by thanking the IDB and Jose Antonio once again for all of the support and also all colleagues at ECLAC. And I will be left with some passages of the book Contar Historias. Hopefully, we will have an opportunity to sit down to write the history of Ecuador. Thank you. Well, thank you, Roberto, for your intervention and engagement, and good luck in Amazonia, in Ecuador.
Let's move to the Caribbean. Let me give the voice to our colleague, Timon Charles, who is a statistical officer from the Central Statistical Department from Granada. And I have two questions for you, Timon. First is, what are the expected improvements once the law is in place? And the second one is, what aspects hinder the adoption of the new law in Granada? Over to you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Rolando. Good morning, colleagues. So I would start with the second question first and then go to the first one. Yeah. So the statistical bill is based on the CARICOM model bill, right? The bill was being pushed, right? It was actually revised, right? 2017, right? And it was actually being pushed, right? But it was also being promoted by our Prime Minister, who has been a champion for statistics in the region. But however, we have encountered some challenges with actually passing the bill. And one of that challenge was as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the focus has been changed, right? So it's not on top of the agenda at the moment. Also, the Central Statistical Office is in the midst of its national population and housing census, and that has taken priority. There has also been some financial implication because of the institute. For example, they would have a board of directors, would have to upgrade positions and also salaries. So that has created some difficulties in terms of what's the best approach that can be used to sort of address these issues. Another issue is that from a policy decision, right, in terms of government as relates to transitional arrangements. So how are we going to transition from the structure that we're under now, semi-autonomous, and government would be responsible for paying salaries and so. But the issue is, how do you treat with the existing staff, right? What is the best approach in terms of ensuring that the existing staff transition into the institute? Also, I must say that an institutional assessment was done by Paris 21 to assess the strengths and weaknesses of the statistical office as it is in preparation for the development of the institute. And however, that assessment has identified some weaknesses as relates to the establishment of the institute, which needs to be addressed. So an institutional assessment in terms of the structure, in terms of what type of structure the institute will take, all those things need to be addressed. All right, so that's some of the issues. In terms of what benefits the bill would bring, it would definitely bring a lot of benefits in terms of we would have sort of like professional independence. That's one of the things that the bill sort of speaks about, right? Based on the UN fundamental principles of official statistics and the code of good practice. So we'll have sort of professional independence. Bill also speaks about the establishment of a council, right, which would sort of like give advice to the institute in terms of the work programs and so of the institute, right? And also in terms of we'll have some type of autonomy in terms of how we hire and the type of programs that we adopt. So that's just basically it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Timon. Charles, and now let me go to Dominican Republic, Miosotis, con nuestra amiga Miosotis Rivas, a quien le haré dos preguntas también, y quisiera preguntarle cuáles son los principales derechos y obligaciones que incorporaron en la ley que contribuyen a fortalecer la confianza en las estadísticas oficiales, Miosotis, y quisiera comentarte también qué aspectos de la ley genérica sobre las estadísticas oficiales para América Latina crees que están incorporando, ustedes están incorporando en esta iniciativa de ley que están trabajando.
Muchísimas gracias, muy buenos días, muy encantada de estar virtualmente. Lamento mucho no haberles podido acompañar de manera presencial, pero al igual que Roberto, mi colega de Ecuador, me encuentro esta semana con la prueba censal, la primera prueba censal que estamos haciendo de cara a nuestro censo, 10º Censo Nacional de Población y Vivienda en el 2022. Mira, Rolando, yo creo que República Dominicana y realmente para todos está haciendo un libro de cabecera, ¿verdad? El contar verdades. Ya recibí también, pedí uno para el ministro de Economía que quiero que lo lea. Y vemos sobre todo, a mí me gustó mucho leer el libro porque República Dominicana está desde el 2009 tratando, ¿verdad? Todo este esfuerzo de transformar y de reformar la ley, todavía no se ha podido, pero también veo que México, que verdad que es nuestro ideal como instituto para todos, también pues le costó bastante llegar a esa autonomía y a todas lo que tiene la ley. Yo creo que ahorita tenemos en el Congreso 3 iniciativas de ley, en el Senado de la República. Eso es muy importante porque da cuenta de que sí hay un interés de avanzar, y nosotros como Oficina Nacional de Estadística pues hemos estado, ¿verdad?, en diálogo y acompañados tanto de ustedes como CEPAL, del BID, también de los colegas de Paraguay, y de la Oficina del Coordinador Residente de las Naciones Unidas aquí en República Dominicana, tratando de que tengamos un proyecto de ley al final que tenga, primero, desde el punto de vista de los derechos, se ha sido muy enfático en la incorporación de los principios fundamentales de las estadísticas oficiales, no solamente como una forma íntegra, ¿no? Como está en el artículo 5 del proyecto de ley que nosotros estamos recomendando que se apruebe, sino también cómo se toma a todo lo largo del proyecto de legislación, buscando que sean reglas de ejecución a fin de que puedan ser respetados por todos los actores y como una garantía de reconocimiento a las reglas del juego que propician la confianza. Es muy importante destacar que en la revisión que hemos realizado de estas 3 iniciativas que se encuentran en el Senado, hemos propuesto que se considere asumir la redacción de la que ha realizado la senadora Farideh Raful, en la que los principios entonces se incorporan explícitamente y de esta forma también de una manera transversal. Luego ha sido muy importante considerar la independencia técnica del organismo estadístico, ¿verdad?, para que pueda pues contar con los procedimientos técnicos de aseguramiento de la calidad en la producción de estadísticas oficiales y sobre todo desde su procesamiento hasta la difusión, ¿verdad?, y evaluación, considerando todo el proceso de producción estadística y acorde a los principios científicos y de ética profesional como garantía para las usuarias y los usuarios de estadísticas oficiales. También desde el punto de vista de los derechos hay 2 temas que hemos sugerido y conferido que se queden en esta propuesta de ley, que ya sea la que consensue en la Comisión de Economía, Planificación y Desarrollo, que es la que tiene apoderada los 3 proyectos en el Senado. Una es el respeto a los derechos de los informantes, ¿verdad? El tan llamado secreto estadístico, dando garantía de que los datos levantados serán utilizados solo para fines estadísticos y estableciendo también, por el otro lado, las sanciones necesarias a quienes incumplan con esto. Entonces, por tanto, también la ley tiene un régimen de consecuencia. Esta dupla da garantías tanto para el productor como para el informante de que sus datos datos no serán vulnerados, ¿no? Ni usados para fines que no sean netamente estadísticos, y al tiempo de que otorga al organismo de estadística las facultades legales para acceder a cualquier dato que sea necesario, tanto de un productor institucional como de cualquier informante en particular. Del punto de vista de las obligaciones, yo creo que hay un tema interesante que se ha puesto también a la consideración que de este proyecto, ¿verdad? De ley que se está ya debatiendo en esas 3 versiones, pero nosotros hemos recomendado sobre todo que se tome la redacción que tiene como elemento transversal al productor institucional, con una innovación en la propuesta de la senadora Farideh Raful de que es necesario fundamentar, ¿no?, la regulación, la planificación, la producción y la rendición de cuenta en una lógica de multinivel, ¿no?, en donde existan, ¿verdad?, responsabilidades para el nivel de las organizaciones estatales o productoras, el nivel de los sectores o áreas estadísticas que establece la ley, y también a todo el nivel del Sistema Estadístico Nacional. Con esto, procurando una estructura que permita tanto la rendición de cuenta de carácter horizontal, pero también de carácter vertical, y aportando transparencia y eficiencia al evitar duplicidades en inversiones públicas no coherentes, y al tiempo que establece el acceso irrestricto, ¿no?, a todos los registros administrativos acorde a alineamientos previamente establecidos. Y de alguna manera también, por el lado del informe del informante institucional y no institucional, entonces establece la obligatoriedad de participar en procesos de recolección de datos, en el entendido de que apoyar la función de estadística pública es un deber ciudadano. Ahí me quedaría con la respuesta a tu pregunta, Rolando.
Muchísimas gracias, Miosotis. I just want to apologize with my colleague, Timon Charles, because I presented him as a statistical officer, but now he's the deputy director of the Central Statistical Department of Granada. Sorry about my mistake.
Well, we will now be opening up for Q&A. We have Julio Santaella, who would like to make some remarks. So, Julio, the floor is yours.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Rolando. It is a pleasure to greet you all, in this case from the city of Mexico. Some quick comments. First, in relation to telling truths, o contar verdades. This was mentioned at the start of the pandemic, but the COVID-19 pandemic has drastically affected all human activities. Mario wrote there some paragraphs, but still missing is which will be the lasting impact of the pandemic on the national statistics offices. This is something that we need to reflect on. The second comment, throughout these 13 years, INEGI, of course, has lived with this law passed in 2008, and there are important aspects for improvement, of course, mainly in modernization with the new system of eco-data, the data stewardship concept. And INEGI and the National Statistics System will have to deal also with other information systems and access to administrative records, and with different criteria in terms of protection of personal data, access to public information, and statistical secrecy. I think that throughout this experience, there are things there that we must work on. So my greetings, and we stay in touch. Thank you. Thank you, Julio. I don't know if there's any further question by the panel. Marco Lavagna from Argentina. Thank you, Rolando. Along the same lines, I believe that first, there's a major discussion in terms of access and secrecy. We agree, I believe, on the need to have a greater access to records and information, But we're beginning to see inconveniences and how to incorporate this. And if statistical secrecy is above fiscal priorities, or if they are above private data, such as medical data, gender data, migration, well, we need to do a lot of work, not only on the legislation giving us access, but also on the relationship with users and people, for everyone to understand what is the aim of using this information, how we're going to protect it, and how we will provide tools to improve the life of each and every citizen. And that ultimately means providing information. I think that this is a challenge. What is the data going to be used for? And I would not say that there's any minor issue, everything that has to do with dissemination. But of course, it does begin to collide, that balance between access to records and begin dealing with other secrecies, fiscal secrecy, and others. I think that we also still need to work on that. And then regarding autonomy, and here now, Mario, I would like to thank you for sending the book, which has been very useful. And I think that we must also maintain the right balance between autonomy and the isolation of statistics office with regard to other government agencies, and that information requirements are each time larger. And this means that our contacts in terms of listening to the users, either in the public sector or the private sector, because it also changes very quickly, I think that there we must be very careful and maintain the right balance, once again, between isolation and the technical autonomy. These are two things to work on and discuss much further. Well, thank you very much, Marco. I don't know if there is any other further question or comment. If not, Juan Daniel? Right, Graciela, yes, go ahead. Yes, thank you, and good morning, everyone. I would like to highlight here the responsibility entailed by this change in offices that do not yet have autonomy and those of us that already do. There is a responsibility, a relevant responsibility, in maintaining this balance just mentioned. On the one hand, having management autonomy and also ensuring access to the necessary budgets in order to carry out our functions, but also recall that that autonomy should bring us each time closer and closer to the users. Necessarily, it has to do with citizen building purpose, in the measure that autonomy is seen as a vehicle, an instrument in order to come closer to those users. As such, this will lead to a context supporting us. The autonomy, when it exists, or the search for autonomy by citizens themselves, it will be something claimed and asked for by citizens. And so I think that we should not lose sight of the great responsibility entailed by these national statistics offices, and at the same time, how that works out in a context of increasing protagonism, not of the offices, but yes, of the data. We're living through a time when data are a tremendous protagonist. And so today, more than ever before, information that is not information, official information, and that we must channel through this institution. And so the mainstreaming is very important in the data ecosystem, but autonomy will go hand in hand with citizenship building. Thank you, Graciela from INEGI.
Now I'd like to offer the floor to Alicia Bárcena. Well, the debate has become very interesting because this last point in terms of promoting citizenship, which seems to me to be very attractive, refers to what we were saying beforehand in terms of how to provide institutions with greater legitimacy. Today, there is mistrust on the part of the population vis-a-vis institutions, and there, I believe that the role of the ecosystem of official statistics plays a very important role in terms of recovering confidence, in the sense that what statistical offices are providing, the information that is published, be legitimate and viewed as such by citizens. Thank you very much. Juan Daniel, you want to say something? Juan Rolando, I would just like to highlight in the comments that were made by Julio and Marco. In the specific case of Marcos's comment, that the validity of statistical information requires a very important pedagogy and to clarify the purpose. That is a means in order to achieve an end. And we need official statistics that do not necessarily generate a burden on sources, and that adequately acknowledge some economic phenomena, paying, of course, some safeguarding confidentiality. And that poses one of the most important challenges, because in different international scenarios, we have spoken about the importance of gaining access to administrative records. But we also have to generate guidelines about the purpose of that compilation of information in order to avoid suspicion. People asking, why do you want taxation information or information about users of mobile telephony? And this is aligned with what Julio said, in the sense that there are new stakeholders and new criteria on privacy that we will have to deal with in order to achieve the purpose that official statistics as a public good can enrich information that is obtained from the private sector. And thus we can see a very important agenda, because despite the fact that in Colombia we have an article that establishes that aspect, we have still had to conduct a lot of pedagogy with the taxation authorities in order to outline the ends and why we wish to gain access to taxation type of information, because we want summarized information extracted from those elements. So I believe that there is a discussion that we have to hold in terms of how to accompany that requirement with clear pedagogy and explanation that enables these discussions with other stakeholders that deal with that type of confidential or secret information. Thank you. Well, I believe that, I don't know if any of our other colleagues wants to make a comment. Mario? Thank you, Rolando. Obviously, there were many issues in the presentation that I would have liked to have discussed. And I would like to thank many of the people that I have found in this meeting. I don't want to name this long list of directors and friends of the ECLAC team. And a warm greeting for you all. I believe that there are two concepts that several of you have mentioned. Graciela, Director Oviedo, the point of balance and of equilibrium and of responsibility. These are two issues that we could discuss at length, and we cannot forget that. On one occasion, we commented in INEGI because there's always a stress between what is autonomy and what is to truly get involved with the users, and the users are several. It's not only government primarily, but not only government, and we also find individual users, academia, and so on. So the thing is how to get them involved in INEGI and the autonomy law. What is important is the creation of INEGI as the entity that coordinates statistical production throughout the country of the national system. And this is an important point. In fact, people asked, oh, what is happening in reality? What is happening in reality once the autonomy has been implemented is that INEGI had more relationships with governments and with users in general than what it had in the past. And this is important. It's important to express this. There is a juridical framework in terms of how the circumstance arises. It provides you with independence, but at the same time with the possibility of coordinating a system. And I believe that this is the important system in order to resolve this part. Around the issue of responsibility, there is an issue that is a key element which has to do with the quality of the information that is produced. And this is the responsibility of the statistical institution to produce quality information. And what does this mean in political terms? Well, we will always have to be fighting for budgets, and these budgets will have to be obtained from ministries of the economy, from government entities, from Congress. But the only way to justify this is that we are actually providing a product that is useful for them. If the product provided by the institution is not useful, it is a lost battle. And therefore, this is something that institutions have to take on board as their own responsibility. That is, this forms part of the deal. Yes, you can have your autonomy, but you must provide a quality product. This doesn't mean that you're going to be isolated or that you will stop producing with quality. Both factors go hand in hand. Those will be my comments. Thank you very much for all the interventions. Thank you. Thank you, Mario. Yes, so what you say at the end, in the sense that this has to be useful for citizens. And once again, what you all mentioned about creating awareness among authorities in order to generate these administrative records from the databases of the various government entities. And so that creation of awareness is absolutely fundamental in order to preserve statistical secret and everything. But to do this, to make them understand this, to create awareness among them, so that they may understand that this will only be used for statistical purposes.
Department of the Central Bureau of Statistics, the Deputy Director. Go ahead, Desiree, please.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to join the very interesting conference. I just wanted to add that for Aruba, we have a population of 100 persons, and we are now working towards creating a national statistical system. It's very difficult for us to also be able to get the confidence of participants in this system, but also of the public. Why? Because in such a small island, it's a very fine line between giving persons access to information and making sure that the data stays anonymous. So for us, it's quite a challenge to be able to procure or make sure that the data is available, that the public and all institutions can use the data in such a manner that they can inform policies but also to ensure that the public and the private data is kept private. So I think this information that you have provided right now is very useful for us because we are in the process of developing this national statistical system. But if you could maybe elaborate a little bit on how to make sure that the data stays anonymous, but it's still useful. And that is a challenge that we are still dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And sure, maybe you can find a lot of information in the book of INEGI, Contar Verdades, Tell Stories, and so there is the link in English, the version in English, but I understand if it's possible, Julio, that you can support our colleague from Aruba just to send a copy of this, and in advance to see if there are any other possibilities for all the colleagues from the region to support this the question and proposal that from Aruba. Thank you very much. Colegas, hemos llegado al final un poco retrasados.
Colleagues, we're 13 minutes late, but I would like to invite you so that as from 1 p.m. you can be connected to the side events that we'll be holding as from 1 p.m. We have 2 side events. The first one is from 1 to 2:15, and that is challenges in the measurement of foreign direct investment and major trends in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the second side event has to do with population and housing censuses in a pandemic, a regional overview and urgent challenges of these censuses. And subsequently, we will come back to this session at 2:30 in order to begin this afternoon's session of this Statistical Conference of the Americas. Without further ado, I would like to offer you the best lunch, and hopefully you may be close to the computer whilst you have lunch so that you can participate in the side events. We'll resume at 2:30 then. Goodbye.
Recording stopped.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes y muchas gracias a las señoras delegadas y señores delegados por su puntualidad para poder iniciar.
Recording in progress.
We will begin the second part of the 11th conference, Statistical Conference of the Americas. It is with pleasure that I introduce my colleague Marco Lavagna from the National Institute of Statistics and Censuses, INDEC of Argentina. He will speak about regional perspectives on new methodologies and data sources. Marco, please go ahead. Thank you, Juan Daniel. The first part will be divided into three. One first part, examining the results of the World Data Forum that will be addressed by Julio Santaella. Then we'll have a panel for discussions of different directors and then Juan Daniel Oviedo from DANE will give us an overview of the 2024 World Data Forum. So Julio, the first part on the results of the World Data Forum of the United Nations 2021. You have this time now. Julio, do we have him now? Are we connected? Colleagues, have you joined? Is Julio an attendee or a panel member? What's the surname? Santaella. I'm sending him an invitation. Now he's going to join. Julio Santaella. Now we are seeing you. Thank you. I know in this remote manner and somewhat disconnected, it's a bit stressing. I will share my screen now. I am going to make a brief report about the third World Data Forum that was held in Bern, Switzerland, after Cape Town and Dubai. Look at this image. I send my condolences for the death of our colleague from Samoa, Malefonmo. She's there on the screen. The World Data Forum was indeed a success with a hybrid format, yes, indeed, but it worked very smoothly, that is, face-to-face and virtually. More than 700 participants face-to-face, but almost 8,000 virtual participants. And then at the end, almost 30,000 clicks or visits to the sessions of this World Data Forum. And of those 700 participants that were there, only on-site participants. Of course, there was only one infection under very strict health controls. Now, the participation was quite balanced insofar as gender. The groups of young age, 25 to 34 or up to 44 years, that was the prevalent age. A large group from national statistical offices, a large number of attendants. And geographically, they came from all over the world, 180 countries represented here in this World Data Forum. Here, there was a very personal and important moment, a picture with Roberto, Dante, Miosotis, and Eduardo, and with Ivan and Samuel. And now we had this photo. Now, going on to the substance, the forum confirmed that the statistical data community is very active, continues to be very active, anxious to meet again, that endorsed the need of having greater collaborative interaction, greater coordination of all different efforts with different lines of work, mainly around the strengthening, capacity building, and financial support for that to take place. Insofar as financing, of course, some areas were identified which are important to be supported as to information security, accountability, and perhaps of the two most outstanding points was the launching of important solutions globally, and two innovative and complementary solutions for smarter financing for data were launched. And this was around the financing of programs of data and statistical programs. One is the clearinghouse of Bern network. And the idea of this clearinghouse is to bring together into one single repository all the resource providers with those that demand resources, so as to have a perfect match between projects and available financing. This is a very important initiative where several international agencies do participate, led by Paris 21. And another important announcement was the formal launch of the World Bank's Global Data Facility. This is an innovative resource of this international financing agency, the World Bank. Now, also, the Bern document was published. This document was prepared by the high-level group for partnerships and capacity building as the HLGPCCD in English. And this document, once again, ratifies the importance of data as a strategic asset and defines how the ecosystem of data is set up. And then after the Global Action Plan that was published in the first World Data Forum in Cape Town, it is in this Bern Pact or agreement that provides accelerated implementation to this Global Action Plan. The Bern Agreement or compact has several approaches in capacity and generation of data. It identifies innovation and synergies in this ecosystem, ratifies the mantra of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda of leaving no one behind, and promoting the statistical culture with the world viewed through the eyes of data that should generate trust and this reliability, and this has to be fed with investments and resources in a gradual manner. As part of this World Data Forum, the next two were announced. The fourth one will be in 2023 in the People's Republic of China. And as Juan Daniel already said, in 2024, we'll have in the Latin American region and the Caribbean, we'll have Colombia as the host in the city of Medellin. I'll leave this here, my report, and I'm totally available for any clarification or question. Thank you. Thank you, Julio. Very interesting topics that have been addressed in the World Data Forum. One of them is the match between financing and needs of financing. Surely there will be comments later on. Now, we move on to the stage where directors, one of the directors that was present in the World Data Forum, or let us discuss the scope or the data. We'll have Dante, Carboabiela, Ivano Ojeda, Eduardo Rios Neto from Brazil, Samuel Moreno from INEC Panama. And here questions, it would be good that you can answer which were the elements or themes or topics of greater relevance for the statistical development of your countries or the region, and perhaps how to introduce the data, how to, the data generated by the private sector, what are the inhabitants precisely to incorporate these data. Please, with Ine from Peru. Dante, the idea is that each one will take 8 minutes in order to answer these questions. We'll go first with Dante and then with Ivan.
Thank you so much, Marco. I hope you can hear me. Yes. Thank you very much. Warm greeting to all our ECLAC colleagues and to the statistics communities of the Americas. We actually participated in the World Data Forum in Switzerland, and I believe the experience was so interesting. Julio Santaella gave a broad glimpse of the importance of this meeting. Responding to the question, I would like to basically refer to 3 parts. The first part is what have we been doing in EPO Peru, what has changed recently, and what are the most relevant challenges for INE OS4. Normally, we are producing information, statistical information, to try to be in tune with the user, with the demand, with the reason of being of a statistics office in terms of timeliness and quality. We've made censuses, surveys, we've improved our boards, our neutral frameworks. We have adopted international standards, and we have been disseminating ever more. But the question we ask ourselves, is that sufficient for today? Is that adequate for a process that we have been changing permanently? And that is where I go to the second part of this question. How has the social environment changed recently? A reason for being is to have a snapshot of the socioeconomic situation. I read the book of Mario Palma and the introduction of Julio Santaella. The main job of a statistics office is to have a snapshot of the society in which we live. The statistics societies need to be behind reality. We have to pursue reality. But reality is ever more complex. It is ever more heterogeneous. I'll put the example of Peru and migration. Peru has always been a country that has expelled the migrants. Now we are recipients of migrants. In the last 3 or 4 years, we have had 1 million foreign migrants, something we'd never had before. Now demographic changes, social changes, the pandemic, which gave way. I'll talk about my country because I don't know the detail of other reality. But in my country, it originated internal migration. Instead of having people go from the countryside to the city, as was usual, people went from the city to the country because lockdowns were so strong that the cities had no work. So they went to the countryside to try to consume goods and food because there they could get that type of supply. All this have modified and do modify reality, and we need to be behind that. To that, we have an ever more focused demand with data that are ever faster. And also we have a new source of data in the private sector, a rich large set of data in the private sector. So we now talk about the data ecosystem, which is more diverse, more disaggregated, it is richer, but also less in line to our official statistics. And that's where we need to work very much. What are the challenges after the World Data Forum for the case of Peru? First, it invites us to reflection. What should we do at the statistics office to maintain our commitment to the citizens and to leave no one behind, as was the motto of the forum? In the Peruvian context, the areas of greater relevance are a new regulatory framework for the national statistical system. We have a census law, which is separate. The law of the National Statistical Institute is apart. We choose the head of it by public tender separately, and we have several devices that are separate, but we need to have just one. But I also heard our colleague from INEGI that we need to have more rights, but also more duties. If we want to be stronger, our obligations also grow, and work needs to be more and better, and we need to have a vision geared to the citizens. Another point which I believe that we should have as a challenge is to strengthen the administrative records. And I believe that in every country that is a pending agenda. And how to adopt and exploit the data from the private sources and advance in the 2030 agenda with disaggregated data. I believe that that configures the first question Marco asked me, and I go to the second question. How to try to incorporate the data from the private sector? Undoubtedly, we need to promote strategic partnerships with the private sector and civil society, but that requires several steps. The first of them is that the private sector must see that the public sector and the administrative records from the public sector need to have minimum quality to be integrated with census and surveys. We need to start working in-house to then go to the private sector. Second, identify and standardize the information from the private sector, which is plentiful. The private sector collects a significant number of data in its interaction, in its value chains, its suppliers, clients, etc. And these registries are online in real time. Third, how can we have a permanent partnership with the private sector and civil society? To that end, I believe it is fundamental to comply with the following basic statistical fundamentals. Institutionality. This morning I heard Mario Palma, and our executive secretary from ECLAC. Without institutionality, there can be no good statistics quality. It generates disorder and chaos. Without a good institutionality, we cannot generate a data architecture or a data ecosystem that's adequate for society. Second aspect, trust. It is indispensable that we should radiate trust. Third, transparency. This reinforces confidence in the private sector. And the fourth element is reciprocity. We, in the statistics office, we always ask for much information from the private sector, and we give back at the same level. We need to have a balance, everything we ask for and everything we give. We need to have a win-win strategy that the community that makes efforts to give us information at the statistics offices, we must be prepared to return not only at that same level, but to see what will be useful for their decision-making process. Now, a fifth element, I believe that to generate confidence and have partnerships with the private sector, we need to use science and art. Science, because the statistics offices count with solid methods to deal with and estimate indicators, and art to generate statistical culture in the collectivity, because if we do not generate statistical culture in the collectivity, it's very hard to have long-lasting partnership with the private sector. And I want to end with confidentiality. Confidentiality is respect to intimacy, respect to the persons. If we don't respect them, there can be no partnership, no appropriate partnership that will have any future. Undoubtedly, the challenge is large. Thank you very much, Marco, and that'll be all. Thank you so much. You've touched interesting topics, the quality of the records, reciprocity, many interesting topics to continue to discuss. We now go to Ivan Ojeda. He is the director of INE from Paraguay. Ivan. Good afternoon, dear Marco. Excellent leadership. Greetings. Great presentation by Julio and of course Dante. I would like to celebrate this meeting. And given the questions you've asked about the World Data Forum, for me, the most important thing was, first of all, to break the paradigm that we need to always remain in isolation, to show that it is possible to have a mixed conference with the care, a hybrid conference with the care and vaccination, to continue with this process of immunization throughout the world. And even with the limitations in our country, we still have a group in the population that does not want to get the vaccine. So to highlight the fact that we can have a hybrid event. Second, being able to meet again with our colleagues presentially. That has been very important to share experiences and everything that the pandemic is leaving behind. Our institutes very often share common situations such as limitations on the legal order and methodological order, as well as technology. But it is only by learning about the experience of the colleagues and how each one of the countries has approached each one of those situations that the pandemic brought upon us, only thus can we advance. There was an interesting approach as to each one of the episodes that we had to live. To say, for example, how we've managed to continue with our census operations. How have we made sure we do not interrupt those processes? And something else that was mentioned is trust. In the case of Paraguay, 95% of the persons interviewed give us all the information, even their phone number. So when we went in a scenario of the pandemic, without being able to do presential interviews, it was the phone calls that allowed us to continue to obtain the statistical information needed in the household surveys. Another element we need to include, and we addressed this, is about the realpolitik. Political arena in association to the path of official statistics. And I'm not referring to technical independence. I am referring to that rule of law where practically all of the countries are right now and where we need to coexist or be related with the judiciary, with the executive, and of course with the executive. The challenge of the budget in our offices. It's very hard to obtain resources. All the offices are suffering with getting funding for the census operations. It's quite an issue there and requires great articulation of the real politics and also visibility of the information and of the statistics production that we do in each of our countries. So today there's debate in Congresses about the importance or the urgency to conduct a given operation, to have a route or a census. I believe that we need to introduce in the topics of our forum this relationship, that it be practical and lessons learned about how to deal with politics. Communication is fundamental. Cooperation among the statistics offices, I think, is fundamental, and particularly having a national strategy for statistics development, to have a compass, to have a map to follow in the coming 5 to 10 years helps efficacy and efficiency very much, and particularly advocacy to manage and build projects that may obtain funding, because we know, at least in our case in Paraguay, international cooperation has been instrumental to obtain resources and to conduct novel operations in statistics. Finally, maybe the challenges or the teachings given to us by the World Data Forum is to work more in communication, in awareness, work more in fundraising for operations, but to have a permanent cooperation amongst our institutions, between our National Statistics Office. So just a few brief thoughts on our gratitude also to each one of you for that permanent help that you provide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Van. I hope that these hybrid systems will allow us to be more in contact, and we can expand this system ahead. Very important what you called it, realpolitik. Very interesting. Eduardo Rios Neto, he's the IBG of Brazil. Eduardo? We cannot hear you, Eduardo. Please unmute your phone, your mic. No, it's on mute.
Ahí no está silenciado, pero no te escuchamos. Señor Eduardo, a lo mejor no, escuchamos, a lo mejor si desconecta los audífonos y lo escuchamos con el sonido, el micrófono de la laptop donde está conectado.
If you disconnect the earphones, maybe we can hear you straight from the notebook's mic.
Hable. Ahí estamos escuchando ruidos que está usando en su computador.
We hear noise now.
Ahí lo escuchamos, señor. Sí, gracias.
Gracias. Desculpa.
Sorry.
Vou falar em português, pouco pausado no evento paralelo.
I'm going to speak in Portuguese. I spoke English, but here I'm before colleagues speaking about an experience in Bern that it was very important personally for those after a long time of distancing and being away, we can greet. I greet Marco. It was a very positive experience. And if I speak English, I may lose it. So I will go very slowly. I don't know if my colleagues would like. I would like to apologize for the disruptions. And here I have, can you see that I'm speaking from Recife, but 4 hours before I was in Maceió, and tomorrow I'll be in Paraíba. So I'm moving and moving all over Brazilian territory with motivation projects for the reaction of census and to see, I'm an academic, a technician, but I see the role of president as something very motivating. And Brazil is very diverse. We could have a third wave, and therefore we've had 2 lockdowns, and so I'm sorry for not wearing appropriate suit for this event, but that is because I'm moving from one place to another. But as it was said, Bern is the most important thing that occurred in Bern was where the presidents of the National Statistical Institutes of Latin America met. That was that was the highlight. And as Julio, I greet Julio in your introductory words, there was, it was difficult to arrive there and establish connection with the BGE of Pernambuco. That was the more, there were emotional introductions, and then moving on to the rational part of this, 5 points. Bern, why Bern was very important. 5 points. The first was the issue of regulation. It is an agenda that we should move ahead. 2 points there for Latin America, and in the Brazilian experience, it is of importance. The first is what Ivan said. Is the role of the statistical institutes that is promoting the reliability of statistics, which will not only be the ones produced by us, where we have a true guarantee and accuracy, but rather statistics guaranteeing reliability, and those statistics produced by the House. But what's most important is trust. It is a matter of trust. That was the word I heard the most, and the narrative. I see there, very modestly, very humbly, I feel that the Statistical Institute cannot be arrogant, because we have a relevant discussion of different beliefs. But I would say that the Statistical Institute is to survive because of the trust in it and the reliability. We are not only scientists, because what you need to have is this absolute guarantee of the narrative. And I believe that BG is in the middle of society because people produce reliable statistics. So that is important. It's to really see to the true trust and accuracy of the information. And that has to be placed in the regulation. In Brazil, the general law of data protection has just been enforced, adopted. And but in the environment of privacy, there are several NGOs promoting privacy. What they did with the environment I think that it is us responsible for statistics. Yes, people speak about privacy, but the main principles of statistics are confusing the social media with the statistical institutes. So there is a risk of an over-regulation in connection with privacy, and our institutions find this. And as social leaders, we have the responsibility of defending, advocating for the statistical principles. And we are all favoring the fundamental principles. And if we favor those principles, we are guaranteeing privacy. So it's a matter of principle. It's my view. Yes, it's merely for a discussion of ideas only. And another one is for the type of data, administrative, Facebook, social networks, and there is an Argentinian who provided a grassroots mapping. There are different interesting means, and however, it calls for rigor in order to honor the trust and the reliability. Our first responsibility is to provide the trust in those statistics so as not to give rise to narratives of real or unreal statistics. And that is a tremendous risk. The third important point is new methodologies. And particularly in the Brazilian, the data, it's very interesting, that of mobile cell phones for tourism, for coverage, for communications. I think there is an enormous potential there. And the statistical division and ECLAC also have acted very well. And for me as a leader, endorsing this UN system is key. It's a signal for it not to move into an adventure. There is, in this line of roadmap, the first time I saw it is with a colleague. The granularity of OPOP endorsed also by the UN. And this is a new category of new methodologies that was discussed in Bern. And what I missed there in Bern, when I talked to Ronald Jensi, people speak about big data, methodologies, innovation. Yes, people speak about that, but everyone who is a director of a statistical body knows that the discussion on IT technology, what operating system do we have? How can this be adapted to a 4.0, 4.0 model for statistics? Those grassroots discussions those are the issues that are in the heads of everyone. And in Bern, we didn't have the necessary time for these new ideas. And so that side, that part, that more realistic part of technology, that is what we missed. And finally, the last point is cooperation. Only the coming together of us, Latin America, that was key, that was fundamental, endorsing cooperation that already exists. And we are very interested in going to Medellin, but we need to move through Chile and we need to cooperate. And what I can offer for the group is that Brazil be part of those BRICS and to have a forum. And what I can offer is BGE to make contributions between Beijing and Medellin. We, Brazil, can be a stopover. So I'm sorry for having spoken Portuguese and for being so informal in the dressing code.
Gracias, Eduardo.
Thank you, Eduardo. I will be honest. I wish I could have participated presentially in the forum. We still had these major restrictions in Argentina to leave. That's why I could not go, but I would have loved to have shared the two words that you repeated very much. It's about responsibility and reliability and trust. That's part of what I've been discussing in the framework of interesting topics. The final but not less important, Samuel Moreno from INEC, Panama. Samuel, are you there? Yes, thank you very much and good afternoon. I would like to start by sending a warm greeting and congratulations to all the collaborators from ECLAC for efficiently organizing this Statistics Conference of the Americas. Once again, my greetings and gratitude for chairing this panel and to all the participants in this event. Based on the questions that you mentioned, for me, no doubt, it was a high-level experience participating in this Third World Data Forum of for 2021. We know that this started in Cape Town, then Uruguay, Bern, and but I'm valuing this very much because no doubt that the event generated that opportunity first to have Latin American colleagues, for example, 8 directors present in this forum was fundamental. But that opportunity to generate a very interesting discussion and dialogue related to the data producers and users, the participation of organizations that fund the world, the global statistics production gives us a coverage and a knowledge that is very useful, participation of governments, everyone together to deal with topics of world relevance. So the fundamental approach, particularly in the stimulating of statistical culture, which is one of the key points that are necessary in all these strategies, and particularly evidently in the implementation of the 2030 agenda of the SDGs. And as a colleague who preceded me said, it is important to be able to disaggregate large part of the national data, regional and global data, so that we can attain those fundamental goals. It has been said, and I agree on the issue of the trust of the data and leaving no one behind, because one of the topics that we could see is that large asymmetries in the building of the national data. And that's an issue that should be reflected upon. Particularly in regional scenarios, it's important to share experiences. South-South cooperation is so fundamental in any scenario it may be. If it's a census or a survey project, new methodologies are so important. The issue of human resource training at moments when the digital component is so fundamental, the use of software that facilitates our life and make it more efficient in terms of the channeling of the data. And consequently, one of the topics that was approached at this level and which implied challenges, not only global and regional, but also national, in the case of Panama, is to maintain the confidentiality principle, particularly the data related to medicine in the case of COVID-19. All these issues, no doubt, we need to deal with them and elaborate them together in order to have homogeneous impact, particularly if we talk about the Latin American, Central American reality and Panama. There is a definition of the fourth forum to be held in China, and very important, we will have it in Latin America in Medellin in 2024, 25 minutes away from Panama and a sister nation of Colombia. That poses a major challenge to us to be able to be working together in all these important dynamics. So the first question asked, framed within the challenges and the importance of the issues that led to the discussion in this great third forum in Bern. Now, the second question mentioned is how can we enable or stimulate the use of the data of the private sector? In the case of Panama, for example, and that's been the reality of the Latin American countries, we had to make a transformation to the way that we had been working in order to obtain those data. And in the case of their surveys, which was what we could basically do during the pandemic, it was to do the surveys by phone. In the case of Panama, we're currently planning the population housing census with a change of methodology. We will pass from de facto to one of law, which is less invasive, but also with the use of technology that we consider evidently is important in order to channel the data more efficiently in the case of Panama. And there was talk about administrative data. There's a big challenge there in order to have more accurate, reliable, and timely data, which is the requirement of all the demands we receive. But no doubt we are experiencing a very strong and radical issue relating to the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence. Much data is generated through the satellite data from the social media. And the big task is to see how can we make those data official and how can they be strengthened by international methodologies and standards that in those large ecosystems, we can make them more formal. But always a fundamental issue that has been addressed very much, which is that those data be considered as a public asset. If those balances between the public and the private sector occur, now that we can reach great challenges in that conjunction or in that interrelationship between the public and private sector. Another important topic is interconnection, interoperability that can be attained with the trade unions, with associations, with competitiveness centers, and even with universities, because I believe that is one of the major challenges that we face, and particularly in the use of the digital data, which is so fundamental for us to attain. So from my perspective, the enabling elements for the broad use of the private data and of civil society deal with the production of that or generation of connectivity between both groups. And additionally, a topic that we must not neglect is that in all these data ecosystems, they must always ensure the safety of the data, the safety because it can be attacked, but the fact that we safeguard human rights, particularly the privacy of persons. We have seen many situations at a national level. And finally, to conclude, we need to have a qualified technical personnel for statistical analysis, because it isn't just activating the data, but the interpretation of the data as well. So in broad terms, in these 7 to 8 minutes, those would be my ideas about these two reflections that the moderator proposed. And I end up by congratulating ECLAC for conducting this 11th conference in a hybrid format. And we hope that next year we can meet again presentially. Thank you very much. Thank you. We hope to continue to work in those asymmetries that you mentioned. And I believe that these events, thanks to ECLAC, we can go on, and it's very useful for that. And as point that's central for me is the qualified personnel and all the training that's needed. So thank you so much for your thoughts. We will now go to the panel on the World Data Forum 2024 by Juan Daniel Oviedo. To may express my joy that on 2024, the forum can be held in Colombia. Not only is it a recognition to him and to everything he has been doing in Colombia, but to all the Latin American groups. So Juan Manuel, all of the support from Argentina, my own, and of course of all SEA. Thank you very much, Marco, and a very special greeting to all the colleagues who are with us on this panel. Eduardo, who also expressed in a very personal way several of the challenges that we could share based on the possibility of meeting again physically, as Julio also mentioned, and we showed the photograph where we were not all present, but we were very proud and happy to be together in Bern. And this version of the Data Forum, where we were very aware of how we're passing from a data community to a data system, where probably issues related to governance, interoperability, confidentiality become so important. And as was mentioned this morning in the inauguration of this 11th Statistical Conference of the Americas, we feel so proud to have ensured that Colombia, as we said at the moment, it's a benefit for the whole region of Latin America and the Caribbean, that we have been chosen to host the 5th World Data Forum. I'm sorry, in a given moment I said the fourth. It's a fourth presential one, but it is truly the fourth World Data Forum that we will celebrate in 2024 in the city of Medellin, Colombia, where once again, the main message that we wanted to transmit that becomes a working agenda and cooperation for all the colleagues of the Statistics Institutes of Latin America and the Caribbean is how we will personalize or regionalize those important messages that we want to transmit in this fifth World Data Forum. And to that end, first of all, we would like to insist, as we said initially this morning, we want that it be a World Data Forum with a Latin American stamp and also of all the countries of the Caribbean, where that World Data Forum is a space where we want to express a regional voice for and by Latin America and the Caribbean. We have major challenges ahead. From Colombia, we believe that there is a very important possibility of approving based on facts or progresses. Some are premature, some are more consolidated, to prove how the usefulness of all this interoperability with the data ecosystem becomes visible in the development of public policies or in the visibilization of ethnic minorities or the development of new information networks based on the use of administrative records. So we believe that that World Data Forum needs to be for and by Latin America and the Caribbean, as the Executive Secretary said, of making the official statistics information we produce and how it interacts with the data ecosystem may be visible and guide Latin America and the Caribbean. And as we said before, most certainly we need to consolidate some evidence and prove to society as a whole and to the global data ecosystem how in Latin America and the Caribbean we are aware that we're passing from a community of data to a data system. And in that system, that scenario, it's key that we can adapt the principles that lead us to provide this important service, which is the one provided by the official statistics in relation to making social, economic, or environmental development visible. We have to show evidence of how we are inclusive in the construction of these official statistics and of these information systems. And in that discussion that we should also evaluate the way that the fundamental principles of statistics must be adapted to that new reality. We also wanted to share with you something that we consider to be fundamental, and we mentioned it this morning. As a region, we believe that Latin America and the Caribbean can be a good laboratory of hands-on of the data stewardship.
In order to find concrete answers to some important problems like issues like migration, how is by producing statistics in household surveys or social surveys will make visible all the migration dynamics, as census operations provide us a snapshot of migration processes that are key in the region, but also that we have the phenomenon of informality that prevails in our countries, how to measure, how to come closer to those subjects, those areas of informality. And these are examples that we would like to motivate discussion on how are we going to take advantage of the Medellin platform for Latin America and the Caribbean in showing progress on data stewardship. And at the same time, how can we present a priority list? And of course, given that in the Statistical Conference of the Americas and in the forum, we need to insist. In 2019, an important message was sent to the region about prioritization on metrics and indicators linked to sustainable development. Well, there will only be left only 6 years left for the 2030 agenda. So it may be useful at that point to share experiences, initiatives, or best regional practices, allowing us to find different routes in order to measure and monitor sustainable development goals and the overall and regional indicators. Something our colleagues also mentioned in previous interventions was that as a region, we also have the opportunity to show what are those challenges in incorporating technological enablers in order to improve the production of official statistics. How, based on these attempts and some consolidated elements that we have seen in some statistical offices, we will use new technologies like the machine learning, macro data. How are we going to highlight, for example, with satellite images, multidimensional poverty at the level of regions or rural areas, how in machine learning we can make visible all the ethnical minorities in our countries. And likewise, we are all mindful of the budget tightness we have, and therefore we need to have one common voice on which are those new financing sources that we will identify or promote in order to enable, from the technological point of view, the technological developments that we have experienced and implemented in the region. I think it's also key to have a clear picture of what is the action plan for transiting to the data society of Medellin. You can remember in the previous data fora, in the first one, we had the global action plan for sustainable cities in Cape Town. Then in Dubai, we had some very important guidelines, also a statement on the leveraging of geospatial data. In the third one, we speak about the data compact in Bern. I think here we can provide some nuances on how are we going to move from a community to a data society where we have technological and ethical dimensions. And also we need to reach out to new metrics. For example, the objective well-being measurements that we need to address in our countries. What are those action pathways that we are proposing very much as one first step based on that conversation? It's very important because it's the first message we convey to the region. We want to insist in that this is an achievement of each and every one of us, and that we want to collectively build this action pathway where we would want first and foremost to systematize and build our experiences around the third World Data Forum of Bern, and based on that, clearly state how are we going to contribute to with a product to China, where we can all reach there with one voice, regional voice to that fourth data forum in China. And at the same time, from that intermediate point, start consolidating those specific nuances that we want to make visible in the fifth data forum that will be held in Medellin. What we want to see there is evidence. And we have a large amount of initiatives that gradually have taken shape. The LGSG gateway, much was said there in Bern about Sepalstat, an improved version where we will have geospatial and statistical confirmation. And with those experiences, we as statistical officers of the region are committed to that view of public service in consolidating that public good, which is official data and statistical information, enabling to strengthen a global South perspective. And at the same time, to be very relevant with differential, intersectional, and all-inclusive approaches of the 2030 agenda, but that in Latin America, not only are they necessary, but sufficient to have public policies for our citizens, companies, and authorities. And then finally, to say how data governance and data stewardship have to land down to roadmaps, important ones that will allow from different biennial working plans of the Statistical Conference of the Americas that will allow for important accountability of that Latin American imprint on how these frameworks and these principles and these technological challenges produce concrete responses for our countries and societies. Thank you very much, Marco. I give back the floor to you. Thank you, Juan Daniel. There's much to work on for the next forum and for 2024 as well. So as not to be delayed in our agenda, we'll go on to the panel of challenges of new data sources and capacity building. The members of this panel will be Ronald Jansen from the Statistics Division of the United Nations Global Platform. Also, Maisa Magalhães from the Regional Hub of the United Nations Global Platform, IBGE, Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics. Jose Antonio, we will begin with you. The first question I would ask is, how do you consider that the portfolio of technical cooperation and regional cooperation of IDB can be aligned with the Bern Declaration? And what do you think is the role of statistical capacity evaluation plays for strengthening new data sources and updates of legal frameworks? Well, thank you to the organizers of ECLAC, to all of you for the opportunity to participate in this meeting. I would have liked to be there around in that room around you, but well, the question, I think the work done by IDB in collaboration with the National Statistical Offices of the region is already aligned with the basic principles that, in my view, the Bern Data Compact endorses. And therefore, the operations of technical cooperation, national, regional, public regional programs, the investment, loans, and research programs have one common objective: contribute to the strengthening of the statistical capacity in the region. And here I would like to underline the way in which this strengthening of capacities or capacity building has been raised in some recent financing operations where the bank has worked with some countries in the region. In this, and even though most of the resources are invested in updating the statistical basis in census of population, of household services and administrative records, and there is a subsequent renovation and learning in doing all these experiences, this learning for the staff. Well, there is one objective: increase the use of official general statistics provided by SONE. And these data should be of ever greater quality, simplifying in some way the concept of quality in 4 basic elements. 1, relevance. Data should collect information that is useful for the users. Secondly, timeliness, insofar as frequency and closeness and temporal closeness with the aspect that is measuring. Third, reliability, accuracy of the collected information. And fourthly, facility, accessibility, and to data need to become more citizen-wise, but we need to create programs of numeralization, training of society in general, in order to contribute for SONE to have a critical mass of users that will defend statistical offices vis-a-vis political pressures or budgetary cutdowns. But also the quality of products offered must be improved so that they can be attractive, because society faces multiple data supply or offers, and at some point there is competition on them. So this first question, in sum, the alignment with the basic principles of the Bernard Data Compact should have one clear view, in that it is to incentivize demand and increase the number of users of the national statistical societies. We know how much it costs to conduct a census, but what's most important is what's its value. And moving on to your second question, the role of statistical evaluation to promote the strengthening of new data sources and how this is linked to the legal frameworks.
Because there's many reference made in the previous panels. I believe that the evaluation of the statistical capacity, such as the task, help the National Statistics Office to be aware of their strengths and weaknesses, both technical as well as methodological and institutional, so that based on these results, they may build a program to increase the capacity to strengthen the areas of opportunities found in the evaluations. And even though when these activities for strengthening might not be explicitly focused to improving the capacity to work with the databases, in many situations, the consolidation of basic competencies is necessary to work with non-traditional data sources that you learn to use with the databases. The typical ones at which an NSO works are also important to advance in this way of understanding the non-traditional data sources or sources in which the NSO has less experience. For example, the use of statistics in administrative records requires first to consolidate the adaptation of classifiers to the reality of each country and foster its adoption within the national statistics system, and the interoperability, both technical as well as conceptual, of these data sources. The identification of bias and the evaluation of the representativeness of data are important to evaluate whether the data sources comply with the minimum quality standard that permits that what it contributes in volume because that's what they usually have as a value added, the volume of the information, that it be sufficient to balance out biases that might exist in terms of coverage. But obviously, to do all this, you need there to be a legal framework supporting this work of the NSOs to have access to this third-party databases and to do it in a safe way, respecting statistic secrecy in line with the other legal frameworks mentioned, the legal frameworks of open data and for the protection of privacy. We need legal frameworks that better regulate the flow of individual data, leaving clear which are the prerogatives and the obligations of the NSOs. And here I'd like to add 30 more seconds, if you allow me. Another element dealing with capacity building in line with a project that the bank presented 2 years ago in the prior conference in Santiago. A project where we pick up 2 years later that will permit to add on to the statistic capacity studies, looking not at the institution as an institution, but rather focusing on what we all know is the most important resource of the National Statistics Office, its staff. This is the survey of the officials of the National Statistics Office, a project that I'm grateful to have 15 countries already who will participate. I'm thankful for their participation, particularly INEI from Peru, who helped us in the implementation of the pilot test that permitted validating the instrument. So with this, I end. Marcos, thank you so much for the opportunity and thanks for the space for this ad that I gave. Thank you, Jose Antonio. It's important. When you talked about quality, there's two issues of relevance and timeliness. That combination between timeliness and how we ensure at the same time having the hardness, the solidity of the data. We will now go to Jose Rosero from ILO. Jose, it would be interesting to listen to your thoughts. No, it's Rafael Diaz from ILO. I'm so sorry, Rafael. I have them in different order from the way that appears in the schedule. So I'm very, very sorry, Rafael Diaz from ILO. Given the impact of the pandemic that had complex consequences and differential consequences in the labor market and the region, I would like to have your ideas of what phenomena you identified and what do you need or what do you believe is needed to advance and better measurements about the labor market, and whether the household surveys are the best instrument to precisely measure the new forms of employment. Thank you, Marco, and thank you very much, ECLAC and CA for inviting us and this opportunity to also give some thoughts about such an important topic. It will be very brief in such a broad topic, but first I will react that the pandemic came to exacerbate trends that were there, maybe slower, not as sharp, and it has been sharpened in a differential way by regions and countries, depending on the impact the pandemic had. In different moments, different makeup, different measures adopted, and the virulence in each case. But apart from that, and the question of which are the new forms of employment, when they coexist with new ways and accelerated ways, and the impact of COVID and the pandemic, we all saw that overnight there were long unemployment, furloughs, the increase of remote work, increase of work in digital platforms in some areas like deliveries, for example. It happened everywhere in the world. And actually, The most salient part is it blurs the difference between an employed person and an independent person. And the COVID showed it more clearly. When you start working remotely, there's implications in terms of the quality of employment that is evident, that also leads to statistical challenges. Digitalization and globalization of the value chains is something that we already had, but we went very rapidly to be more related to the digital, and the remote work implied that many of these different types of labor were increased. And at that process that we saw of the dismissal of a part of the labor force and the care economy that had was very gender biased, we saw the concepts of potential work, under occupation because of insufficient hours of work, alternative measures, and the unemployment rate. For example, Germany, the day after the lockdown, they called us to say that they will stop using the ILO's definition of unemployment because they could not capture anything. And actually, there was a moment, I would say, and in Europe, which was the first case, was a moment of panic. And it was curious to see how some alternative measures that we had already contemplated by 2013 turned out to be very important. And so we go back to the standards and the definitions and the importance of putting emphasis to the fact of having the adoption of standards in a flexible way that will allow us to face this type of urgent phenomenon as we've suffered. For example, the new definition of unemployed persons, now that it circumscribed the production of goods and benefits, helped to outline the damage of the pandemic, and that can make us value the new statistics as a response that we could give in moments in which some indicators such as the unemployment rate was sort of meaningless in some moments, and other indicators that had been proposed by the labor statisticians went out to help. The proliferation of systems of aid or social security that was due to the emergency of the pandemic that showed the division between formality and informality led to an enormous awareness of the need to formalize or to help persons who have informal employment, even though it was not contemplated in the system. So obviously in the region, our region is experienced in this because we passed from having a high percentage of informality towards a gradual level of formalization. We know the informality, other regions saw it coming in this pandemic. They were not used to having this informality. So the measurement of these emergent ways were enhanced by the pandemic, and that clearly will be a challenge for the future. It is fortunate that in 2018 we adopted a resolution about the working relationships, identifying for the first time the international classification of occupation, aiming to those new forms of work that you were asking. There are some new forms that require much more statistical attention than the one we give. And even though the pandemic brought it, that was already in the mind of all the statisticians. The categories of dependent contractors. It's important, or the multi-partite working relationships help us to understand this new form of work and the platforms. The percentages of labor force which are occupied in these platforms is still relatively low, but obviously the pandemic increased it, and we lack data, and that's one of the major challenges. For example, the work of the digital platforms is key as a challenge. And I believe that web-based work, outsourced and geographically dispersed, that's which is called crowd working. But when you use apps as well, all this implies something that is similar to working relationships, but There isn't really. There is an intermediary. The issue of the regulation of the markets will require from us, when this type of regulations are implemented, to see how, from the statistical perspective, we incorporate it. I'd like to answer the second part of your question. I believe that there's broad valuation of the new ways of work with new methods, but unfortunately, all the tests, and many tests have been made at a European level as well as US and Canada. There's many countries. Eurostat is actively working with us in that. Eurofund, Economic Commission for Europe, have a task force on this topic that we're also working together with the countries. Many countries of the region from CA participate in the working group on the European Commission. And we have seen and valued what are the sources, even though one tends to think that information can be in the platforms themselves with the data, they're partial data. They're not accessible, they're very expensive, and they don't give us the level of detail we need to know about the quality of employment and the basic data that we need. The use of administrative records depends on the country and obviously implies a high level of formalization to know whether there truly is. And even so, in countries with a high level of formalization, there's many loopholes where the activity through taxes and social security do not fall within the new forms. The new forms have loopholes that lead to evasion. So they're not reliable sources. So what is key is to value the household surveys, not in the classic way that we might understand it. There is a big effort that needs to be made on countries that are already doing it. For example, there's a strong need of cognitive tests before any field work, which respondents can know and understand the topics as what's a platform, what's remote work, what's compensation, etc. There's many topics that need special study. There's impacts on the sample design, there's impacts in the way the questionnaires are made, but it is feasible. There's many ongoing pilots in many countries. I know that in the region, there's 2 or 3 countries that are actively thinking of including modules in their surveys or do specific surveys. There's examples of remote work that was done in Uruguay, special modules. There's work that I know is being done in Mexico about informality. There's many flavors, but I believe that we need to systematize the experiences and obviously go into an issue of standardization and concepts. There's great variety of topics in the new forms of employment. Obviously, within the new forms, we could put renewed forms of informality that we have in the world, particularly in our region. So everything leads to the fact that the household surveys are revalued as a special source. Right now, in the last 2 years, there's many pilots. There's a survey that Europe has agreed to do next year with every country in the European Union, what's called the standardized workforce of all the countries of Eurostat. They will have an expanded pilot test, and we will see it very carefully to accompany the process and try to apply it to other regions and see the adaptation.
And of course, informality revisited. Many countries are active in the working group that is being set up for the new working or statistical group. These are the contractors' dependents and how they should be included in the topic of informality, which is something we didn't do in 2018. I don't want to belabor all this, but time is short. But that is what I wanted to mention. Thank you, Rafael from ILO. Clearly, it is one of the major challenges statistical offices have, the adaptation of the labor market and informality, which is an interesting topic. We go to Jose Rosero from FAO to see the impact of the new sources in the preparation of food and agricultural statistics and how these sources can provide data. Bearing in mind the report of food safety and nutrition, do you think that household surveys could be a road in order to take advantage, or rather how the new data sources can affect this? How are you imagining this process of use of data for new statistics? Thank you for the question, and my sincere thanks to the Executive Committee and Secretariat for the invitation to this session. Having been part of this conference when I was Director of Ecuador's Statistics Office, but before going into the details on agricultural and food statistics, I would like to start with a general comment on the use of sources of new data or alternative data for our statistical work. And the use of these sources is not a minor issue. Big data is not a myth, and statistical offices need to evolve to take advantage of them. In a context of data where there are so many demands to monitor development agendas, where there is a boom of offer of data outside traditional or official statistics, citizens need greater information of better quality and more timely, simply because they know it exists. Therefore, SONES need to comply with their mandate. This means modernizing statistical production to the production of new methods and sources of information responsibly. In food and agricultural statistics, there has been a shortage of information coming from traditional or conventional statistics. For example, in agricultural production, it's vital to calculate the degree of availability of food in a country. There's no official statistics in 30% of countries of the world. For Latin America and the Caribbean, the gap is 35%. It's greater for Central America and the Caribbean, where the gap is 50%. In something so basic and old as the estimate of how much a country produces in crops and livestock, it's not. And those reporting information on production, very little is known of how much it's lost from the moment it is harvested to the time it is put on our tables. Once again, an important information to know the degree of availability of food in a country. Given the context of shortage of official information, the opportunities of the new data sources in order to fill in these gaps are unlimited. I'll give you a few examples. First, as agriculture is an activity related to the land, the use of satellite images or geospatial information always has been considered as one of the main applications of this data to produce statistics. Advantages are clear. It does have the potential to generate more timely information, as well as the potential of disaggregation at geographic levels that a survey would never be able to do. And thus, this type of information is being used for generating coverage maps and soil use, as well as crop maps for estimating the cultivated area. These are the main variables needed to calculate production. The other variable in productivity can be estimated using geospatial information in models using this information as predictors of like vegetation indices, water availability, energy received, meteorological information, among others. But now let me go on to another type of alternative sources, which are those available in the web in a non-structured manner or generated by mobile devices, and that can be recovered and used with statistical purposes to text mining or artificial intelligence in order to cover gaps of information or even generate early warning systems before catastrophic events or circumstances. An example here is the database on loss and wastage of food. Mindful of the fact that countries do not generate systematically that official information, it builds a database through web mapping, a series of documents, studies, reports with data relevant on loss of food for different products in different parts of the value chain in different parts of the world, where we've drawn or extracted information through text mining tools, which is the largest base on this topic, and it is available for user consultation openly. Another example is the one we had in times of COVID to build an early warning system to identify globally stress, focus, or disruption of food chains caused by lockdowns in countries. For this, FAO used the information in text format coming from tweeters, media, local, nationals, and algorithms, reading messages through keywords and classifying the information in different categories or summarizing them in a sentiment analysis that provided support to FAO within the very difficult context of the pandemic. All these opportunities are not without challenges, and these are important challenges for national offices. And they come from different sides: technological, human challenges of the mix of human resources needed, even quality challenges, because standards need to be set forth, and quality standards for these non-traditional sources, and also linked to issues of data privacy, confidentiality, and others. Although opportunities are major, national offices should seriously consider using this type of sources. This doesn't mean the expiration or death of traditional sources. There needs to be a system where different types of sources supplement each other. In the case of the agricultural, and however good the geospatial images are, or the algorithms to extract information, they will never replace vital information from that coming from surveys, like the use of agricultural input or the amount of labor used in that sector, in that crop. On the other hand, the possibility of estimating agricultural information at an acceptable certainty level using geospatial information depends on our ability to calibrate algorithms with insight to information on the types of crops in a geographic area. And then that involves doing surveys. In the same way, the geospatial information can improve the quality of agricultural surveys through the production of sample frameworks of area, efficiently using stratification schemes to define these sampling units. And in this way, allowed to have more certain information about the agricultural situation of the country every year. I conclude saying that, mindful of the fact that all these alternative data sources are a challenge, FAO created a data laboratory for a statistical evaluation where we have mounted a structure to leverage the alternative sources and design and make available applications that can be used by national offices. Although this is a new process underway, we'll always be aware of any needs you may have of assistance, and in this way truly make the most of this type of information sources. Thank you. Thank you, Jose. And clearly, this is a challenge of how to match those new sources with the surveys through clear methodologies. Now we move on to Philip Schonrock, where it would be interesting to have thoughts or ideas on what concrete challenges are there for new participation of new players or new data sources for official statistics, and what steps do you suggest to move forward in this line, and how the conference can contribute along these lines. Good afternoon. I'm from Cali, Colombia. I greet you all, and thanks to the Executive Committee and to ECLAC for the invitation to participate in this panel meeting. The question raised, many of my colleagues have already answered, because we've heard about the vital importance of institutions, trust generation, and reciprocity as elements to integrate new players and therefore new sources of information to the national statistical system. But I don't think that the question is about new players, but rather it's the same players we've had for a long time, but we lack an adequate enabling environment. I mentioned the juridical frameworks and cooperation mechanisms that we need in order to integrate these new players. And therefore, I also believe that we are lacking the incentives for the cooperation between non-state players and statistical offices. Therefore, it's necessary that we start thinking about the data community in a much broader sense and in a holistic way, not only from the private sector, but also from academia, civil society, and data generation by society in the broadest sense possible. Therefore, co-creation involves an opening of you statisticians to players that can contribute, like the ones I've just mentioned, because nobody is going to want to sit at a table where you have not been invited. And therefore, we need to create those confidence links and liaisons through co-creation and cooperation, joint cooperation mechanisms that already exist in some countries, but we need to strengthen in others. Second, regarding the use of the new sources, data sources, the challenges first are around identification, validation, and also the interoperability of those sources. So the main question we have raised is which ones really, and how do we connect the points between producers from one side and the users of new sources? Many of the data we have available either are used for different uses, that official statistics, and at the same time, producers not always are interested or about the existence. Therefore, I believe that the producer and the potential producer and user are interconnected, and we need to have greater clarity about demand and offer. And it is here what CEA can show us and how ECLAC can look for that supply and demand and can be facilitators at the regional, sub-regional, and levels.
The validation of non-traditional sources does not correspond to us a think tank, academia, or the private sector. But in this case, it is of the statistics offices. And if you want to complement these sources with traditional sources, that's the big question of how to do it. The other big challenge refers to interoperability. I believe that in that term, the homogenization of the classifications, the methodologies for collection that we have heard, and finally, the formats of presentation of information are key. And to that end, we need to develop capacities on both sides, from the statistics community and those who are efficiently outside of it, but who want to contribute and to add on, both with data, with alternative data, but also through more in-depth analysis with the 17 SDGs. For this dialogue to exist and for CA to help us in this dialogue, we believe that we need a framework of incentives for both parts, from the producer of the data in order to access it, and on the part of the NSOs to innovate in its use. The innovation toward that fourth industrial revolution that Juan Daniel mentioned a while ago, looking at the forum in Medellin, will not be done on its own. We need to work together, and I am convinced that in the region, we have both a human, a technological, but also economic capacity to invest to achieve it. And that's the main message, that I believe that we have those capacities, and what we need to do is to search for those more effective ways of co-creation, generating trust, but also the enabling environment so that that confidence be maintained in time. Thank you. Thank you, Philippe. And clearly there's much work to be done on what you were saying about the incentives. We're right on time. We're a few minutes late. We will have a very brief 10-minute break, and we will continue with the next panel. Thank you very much to all the speakers for your participation and for the clarity of the ideas expressed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Bueno, para ir siguiendo con la agenda, vamos ahora a avanzar con el siguiente panel, que es...
We will start with the following panel, which is the introduction to the launch of the regional hub for the regional platform of the United Nations. There will be an introduction by Andrea Diniz from IBG. Andrea, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Sí, sí.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to launch the regional hub, the Statistical Conference of the Americas, especially in this moment that discussions around the need of new data sources to keep and also to improve official statistics. And we believe that the launch of this hub may be a milestone for Latin America and the Caribbean, as it can leverage the use of big data. And by improving or supporting cooperation, training, and the research. We are conducting now a consultation with the national statistical offices of the region, and what we can see for the moment is that most of them are not using yet big data for official statistics, but many of them are using for experimental statistics, and they are conducting many studies, and exchanging this experience can be very important for really leverage the use of big data in all the region. But for talking better about what is the project and from where it comes, we have today Ronald Jansen, that's Assistant Director of the the United Nations Statistics Division, and Maísa Magalhães, that's Directress of the National School of Statistical Science. They will talk about the United Nations Global Platform and also about the regional hub for big data that's part of this platform. They will talk about 15 minutes each one, and then we come back with some questions and comments, and I can be back with you to answer some questions. Okay, thank you. Ronald, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Andrea. You can hear me well?
Yeah.
And a good day to all from New York. Very happy to be here. To our organizers from ECLAC, thank you very much. I will share my screen. I hope you can see this. So I will, yes, you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, you will see.
Very good. So I'll take the 15 minutes to give an introduction to the United Nations Global Platform. So as I mentioned, or as Andrea mentioned, I work with the United Nations Statistics Division in New York, and we'll support the community of official statistics, specifically the UN Statistical Commission. So that's also the umbrella under which we work. The global platform is a data collaboration environment where we as a statistical community can work together. It's really specific and really dedicated to our community, and I want to say that up front. As a little bit of background, the Statistical Commission around 2013, 2014 really wanted to know more about how big data, this changing landscape of data, could be used also for our community. And wanted to see that we take some action there in looking at data that could be used, new methods that could be developed, and technology that could be done, could be used as well. So we have a committee of experts on big data and data science. We're about 31 countries and 16 international organizations in all. More importantly, it's a collaboration of around 300 experts, not only from the statistical community, but also from academia, research institutes, and from the private sector. The mandate also, it's not only a strategic vision and direction, which is of course very important for this program on big data, but it's also to promote practical use of big data sources. So development of methods, development of data pipelines, and of APIs, of applications. And that's where we'll say more then about the platform. The structure around this committee of experts, in blue at the bottom, I won't go into all the details, but in blue on the bottom, there are 9 task teams where methods are developed and training materials are developed, and also from which projects originate. And on the left-hand side, we will hear more about the regional hubs. We will hear about the regional hub from Brazil, which I think is a really exciting development, specifically also for this region, for the Latin American and Caribbean region. There are other regional hubs in China, for the Asian side, in Africa, where we have the regional hub for Rwanda, and then in the Middle East we have the regional hub in UAE. The management of the committee of experts, so those who are closely involved, just wanted to point out that we have Brazil, Canada, Colombia, and Mexico working closely on many issues of this group. Experts come from everywhere. Here's a little bit of an illustration where we have academics, we have like not-for-profits like Flowminder and ID Maps and so forth, who are working with us. Why did we need a global platform? The biggest push for this is basically on to innovate faster together, right? We can work on data sets and data methods together. We can also develop training and skills that we would need in our offices. Just one example here is one of the latest projects that came on board was from the researchers at Statistics Canada, working on new methods and open source data related to identifying green spaces in metropolitan areas. And they will do this specifically for the city of Vancouver. But we expect that that can also then be used in other cities, and we know that from the IBGE there will be some people working with that project and see if that maybe could be done in the future in Rio as well. The global platform gives access to data, access to technology services, and very importantly, access to expertise from around the world and from many communities. So that making use of big data is not only possible for very big offices, but could also be done by smaller offices, because you can access to the cloud from anywhere, and experts from around the world can help out to set projects up. So some of the data sources that we have on the platform itself, the global data sets on AIS vessel tracking. So that gives the positions and speed almost in real time from all ships over a certain size around the world. There are about 120,000 ships that are monitored, which is really useful information for anybody interested in maritime transport, trade, and environment statistics. We do take access to satellite imagery. Depending on the project, we might store some, but most of it we just ingest the data when we need them, like from the European Space Agency or elsewhere. We're working on some synthetic data for mobile phone use, so we can do some training and projects. And we're developing a data as a service where we want to have many smaller and larger data sets available for various projects. In terms of technology, we have access to various cloud providers. So we have Amazon, AWS, Google Cloud platforms being used. We can get access to Azure and Alibaba as well, depending on the region and what would be useful for projects. There's a lot of support services, And there is, of course, developer services so that we can give opportunities to our data scientists to develop code together and move forward on projects there. As I mentioned, most importantly, we have expertise. We have data engineers from various national statistical offices, data scientists from various communities working with us, especially also academia and research institutes. And of course, we have statisticians from our own community working on the various projects. On these projects, I won't go into too much detail, but we have the first one, port activity and maritime emissions, using those AIS data. The PAT lab is for privacy enhancing techniques. So we use encryption to safely share data. And there are some other things here, technology stack. I also wanted to point out that we look at various statistical domains. So prices with scanner data, transport, various things with use of mobile phone mobility data. That's not necessarily on the platform, but that's for the methods that we are developing and for which we develop training. I point out just one data set, so the vessel tracking. Also because we have a new project going on with the Maritime Technology Cooperation Center for Latin America. And there's work going on around maritime transport statistics with the Panama Canal and the territorial waters around Panama. Training is very important, what we do within the committee of experts is have training curriculum specific for various data sources and applications. So it could be a training curriculum around use of satellite data for agriculture statistics, or training for use of AIS data for maritime transport. Maturity metrics have to do with how far an office is, a statistical office is in use of big data and data science, and what pathways they could use going forward. We have a number of e-learning courses available, and there are others ones are being made so that this could be scaled to many people getting involved with big data and data science. Some interesting, I think maybe also exciting news is the mentorship where it was started up by the data science campus of the UK, where they give a specific mentorship to data scientists in other statistical offices. And I think that's one very fruitful way of moving the knowledge forward. Regional hubs have been mentioned, and we're going to hear about this, about the regional hub in Brazil. The regional hubs are important because they bring projects and training closer to the region. So for Latin America, gives the opportunities for countries in Latin America to do projects in Brazil, or to do training in Brazil, when hopefully training in person will very soon become possible again. And with that, I give back to Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronald. I will pass the floor to Maisa. Maisa, do you want to share your slides?
Thank you, Andrea. I'm going to share my slides. Just a minute. Is it possible to see the slides?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. So it's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon to everyone. And my compliments to the audience. And I'm going to say a few words about the regional hub for big data in Brazil, which is currently hosted in the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, IBGE. The hub is a result of a memorandum of understanding between the Statistics Division of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs in the Brazilian, in the BGA. The regional hub in Brazil aims to contribute to the advancement in the use of big data and data science to improve the production of official statistics, promoting the sharing of knowledge and the development of innovative initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean. The hub is based at the National School of Statistics, ENSE, of IBGE. Andrea Diniz at ENSE is coordinating the hub's activity. This school was founded in 1953, and it has a long tradition of training and research, working at the undergraduate and graduate levels, in addition to offering e-learning. About the work streams and work program. Is a 12-month work program for the UN Global Platform Regional Hub for Big Data. As a principle, the activities should be developed jointly in the region. The work program was designed to cover 4 work streams. It aims to fostering cooperation, training, research, and events on the use of big data and data science to produce official statistics. The work program was prepared by a technical board of the regional hub. The proposal of the work program was appreciated by an advisory group. The work streams, as I said, the activities were organized into 4 work streams. The work streams 1 consists in strength, ties, and promoting cooperation between producers of official statistics and in the region. The work stream 2 consists in training and fostering the interest of young statisticians on the use of big data in official statistics. The work streams 3 consists in supporting research on the use of big data and data science, and the work stream 4 consists in organizing and hosting seminars and conferences to facilitate the exchange of information. Ongoing experiences in the region will help to leverage the mission of the hub and the activities of the work program. For the first year, we have planned several activities that will allow us knowing the state of art of the use of big data for official and experimental statistics in the region, was the survey that Andrea mentioned in the beginning, as well as bring the National Statistical Office together to join efforts to leverage the use of big data to improve statistical production. We are currently holding an international consultation on the use of big data sent by ECLAC to all the national statistics offices in Latin America and in the Caribbean. The answer will help to outline the use of big data in statistical production in the region, and consequently will guide the allocation of resources to support this practice. So please, we will invite you to fill up the return the questionnaire. It's important to survey. Still about the activities. We are also organizing a webinar on collaborative geoinformation initiatives in Latin America, experience in the production of official data, which will be held on 6 December, as well as trainings to be held in February and August next year, a conference in July next year, among other activities. The complete work program can be seen at hub.ibge.gov.br. About the partnerships. To be effective, the hub's activities shall be developed in partnerships between the various departments of the IBGE, other government agencies, universities, academic and research institutes, non-governmental institutions, as well as regional and international organizations in the National Statistical Office in the region. So we all are invited to join the Regional Hub for Big Data. Thank you for your attention. We will be happy to have your comments. As said Andrea, she will be back to answer questions or comments, but after playing a short video. Andrea will share the video for us to watch. So thank you again.
Thank you, Maisa. I needed to share maybe, okay, I will just share my screen. You will see my kids first. Okay. And then I will try to make it. Okay. It's just a short video we prepared about the regional hub that's in Brazil.
Andrea is without sound.
Maybe if I remove my...
Put in the beginning.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be happy to answer questions or to listen to comments if you have some. Thank you very much. I don't know if I am supposed to go to the chat to check the questions or comments. I don't know exactly. Let me open it.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea, Ronald, Maisa. If there is any question, commentaries, please. I'm not seeing the chat. If you can help me with the chat.
I can see the chat. For the moment, there is no comments.
Here. There are no question here also. Okay, thank you very much again, Andrea, Ronald, Aisha. It's a very interesting work that you are doing. We hope you still working and growing the project. Is really interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Juan Daniel, con esto creo que estamos.
I believe we're done here. I don't know if I can give you the floor. Thank you so much, Marco, for chairing this afternoon session.
Andrea, and the presenters from the Brazilian Institute of Statistics and Geography, and also to invite all our partners from Latin American and Caribbean countries to be part of this initiative, because we believe there is a great opportunity to take care of the importance of using new sources of information, and more importantly, mobile telecommunications information that could be exploited in order to increase the precision and the soundness of our information framework. So, and thank you very much for the presentation, and we look forward to the initiating of the platform by the end of November, and we are going to be for sure there in the event. Y en este caso, quisiera yo también
In this case, I would like to take this opportunity to greet the more than 111 participants who are still connected this afternoon, and particularly all the delegates who have been with us throughout the day, and being 5 p.m., we have completed the agenda that we had contemplated for today. We remind you that tomorrow, Wednesday, November 24, we will resume our activities at 10 a.m. Chilean time, and we recommend to check your schedules for each of the countries that are with us virtually. And we also wanted to thank you all for your participation, and we wanted to invite you so that tomorrow we may have the opportunity to count with a large amount of participations and interventions from the delegates present here in Santiago, Chile, as well as from those who are connected remotely from Santiago and from the meeting room here at the CEPAL venue. We wish you a very pleasant afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Gracias, Rafa.